Check 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2.
All right. Yeah, I've got. It's like. Finding internships this summer is
really bad.
so hard. I applied for like 50 or 60 of them.
1, 2.
Some of them don't even
Test 1, 2, 3.
doing them this summer.
Check 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
They're working on Yeah, I snuck in and I got kicked out.
Yeah, I was in and
Insane. It's like too nice.
it's exactly. It's too nice, and then all of the kids, all of the parents who were over there, they're just like, oh, and I'm like,
It's eventually gonna happen.
oh, eventually it is absolutely right, but I feel like we should have just basically fixed that. You could get not spend all of it, like basically split the money and fix that and not fix that.
Goddamn waste. It's such a waste.
It is.
But it's fine over there.
Walking over here, Dan's got it.
There is a problem with their
That was your one job. That's what you would
place in the area.
So,
Once that building comes up, I'm heading off the shore.
whether or not it's finance committee has to vote.
Oh, good. Oh, they're open. Yeah, they're open. Yeah. She came in.
Unless something substantial happens. And then that's always in the rear too. So we had a special situation last year. They'll give us money.
You see, every so many years I think it's
Yeah, and we can't really, like, the balance would be in the book. So that's why I'll send them to me, yeah, like, you need balances of all of your
It's Tim.
yeah, no, we had already voted.
So we didn't need to.
We had a choir. We went around and said, yeah, we got to draw the So what you're going to have to see next year is some other things start coming down.
That's my problem with this number, because that's what's going in the book. They're going to ask me this number next year. Not this one. That's part of it. Plus the 30.
We have to. Yeah. We're just a recommend. So we vote to recommend.
Good afternoon. It's now 12:01 p.m., and I'd like to call the May 15, 2021 Annual Town Meeting to order. I'm Town Clerk Marlene Kenny. Due to the absence of Town Moderator Bill Barton, I will preside over town meeting until a temporary moderator is elected. First, 2 brief items of business. We have a quorum of voters in attendance today in accordance with the Harvard Town Charter, and the call of the meeting and the return of service, as per the warrant, is in order. And now I'd like to open the nomination of a temporary moderator for today's session of town meeting. Is there a nomination?
Nominate Victor Normand.
We have a nomination and second for Victor Normand. Town meeting will now vote on the nominee, Victor Normand. Please raise your cards when I call for a vote. Voting on the nominee, Victor Normand, all those in favor? Opposed? Victor Normand is elected temporary moderator of today's session of the 2021 Annual Town Meeting. Victor, thank you. Victor, would you please come forward to be sworn in? Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to faithfully and impartially discharge and perform the duties incumbent upon you as temporary moderator for the 2021 Annual Town Meeting in accordance with the bylaws of the town and the laws of the Commonwealth?
I do.
Thank you for your service to the town, Victor. And I now turn the meeting over to you. And the gavel.
Well, thank you, Marlene, and thank you, town meeting. This is a great experience. I get to have some sense of what it must be like to be the guest host on Jeopardy. So this is kind of... So we have a bit of business. I have to ask the town clerk if we have sufficient number of counters for our meeting.
We have 1. We do need 7 more.
All right, we need 7 additional counters. So math majors out there, if you would care to volunteer to be a counter, please step forward. I'm kidding, you really don't need to be a math major to do this, but.
Thank you so much.
While this is happening, I'll take another item of business. We need to vote on non-resident, non-voters who will be speaking at today's town meeting. And they are Tim Bragan, Town Administrator, Mark Lanza, Town Council, Jared Mullane, Finance Director, Christopher Ryan, Economic Development Director, Tim Kilhart, DPW Director, Richard Seacard, Fire Chief, Debbie Thompson, COA Director, Edward Denmark, Police Chief, Jeffrey Hayes, Building Inspector, Ingrid Nielsen, School Building Administrator, and Patrick Harrigan, School Facilities Director. I need a motion to allow these non-residents to speak at today's meeting. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? The motion carries.
We have 1 more counter.
We need 1 more counter. This could be a long meeting. We need 1 more counter. I think we have a volunteer. Another order of business, if you have your cell phones with you, please silence them. That works, that's fine. Good, good. So you have your cards with you. For those of you who've not been to town meeting, those are what you need to be able to vote. Also, if you should leave the fenced-in area, be sure to have your card with you because you'll need it to get back in. Marlene, where is the flag? Okay, for those who are able, please, if you would rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now we begin our meeting. Article 1, Annual Reports. Moderator recognizes Chair of the Select Board, Alice von Lessica.
Alice von Leska, 84 Warren Ave. I move the town hear the reports of the Select Board, School Committee, and any other officers or committees that may be ready to make a report and act thereon.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please raise your card. Opposed? The motion carries.
So I will start. The full Select Board report is in the town report, which you've received a copy of. I just did want to make a few highlights because this was, for us as well as for all of you, just a most unusual year. And we started out just ordinary business. We established an open space committee. We were reviewing plans for the expansion of the Hildreth House. We established a commission on disability. We managed the hearings for the Carlsons, and then all of a sudden, everything was shut down. All our meetings went to Zoom. And we continued to do business, which was fairly incredible that everyone was able to focus and able to continue as planned. We hired a full-time facilities manager, building inspector, which had been in the works for a long time. We maintained our support of green energy by approving the installation of solar panels on the roof of the new elementary school. We facilitated outdoor dining at the general store. I don't know how many of you took advantage of that, but it certainly was, a great place to be. We settled the framework for the Air Road construction project, which will improve all of the paving and add sidewalks, improve the drainage, also improve the speed issues that are on the Air Road. We addressed and are still addressing speeding issues in Still River. We coordinated the town response to an unexpected algae bloom in Bear Hill Pond. And we also recommended, which we will be voting on later, an approval process, we approved, the Select Board approved repairing and replacing the roof, and after a lot of work and looking at the old library. So that'll be another topic of discussion. In terms of the budget, it was a very challenging year last year because the override failed, so there was $300,000 of additional cuts that had to be made in the middle of last year. We also did look at some of the other revenue items that come in. We adjusted the fees that the town takes. We looked at some tax title properties, and we are also in the process of doing a study to position potentially one or more cell towers, which is part of not just a revenue issue, but that's also a public safety and a town services issue. So looking back on 2020, the board accomplished nearly all of the goals that we had put in place for the year, which is far more than anyone thought we could do back in March. This was a group effort. The outcome was possible only because of the dedicated people that we work with. We'd like to acknowledge the exceptional professionalism of all of our town employees. We'd like to acknowledge and thank the volunteers who serve on boards and committees. Many of those volunteers hold down a day job as well as their unpaid volunteer job. And this year, their unpaid volunteer job, they spent many more hours, some of them, than they did on their their regular job. Two groups that come to mind immediately are the Board of Health and the school committee, who had to deal with pandemic issues in spades. And because of their efforts and because of our other leaders at Town Hall, we were able to keep our families, our school children, and our town employees safe, through this ordeal, which I think is a really great achievement. And then finally, our first responders in the fire department, the police department, and the ambulance service, we thank you. We could never have made it through this whole last year without you. And Harvard is indebted to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. I'm aware of one other report from the school board. Susan Mary Redinger. While Susan is making her way up here, I'll point out there are two microphones if anyone would like to speak during the meeting. You do not need to wear your mask at your microphone, but we ask that you keep your mask on for the meeting itself. And you'll notice this year it's not necessary to sanitize our microphones. We're making progress. Susan Mary.
Good morning, everyone. I'm actually making a report on behalf of the school building committee, not the school committee. The school committee report and other reports by the principals and the superintendent are in the town book. But the HES School Building Committee is pleased to provide this update to the town on the status of the new elementary school building project. The new school was granted the occupancy permit just this past Monday, and as you can see this very moment, there are movers moving belongings from the old school to the new school. It's a huge accomplishment, and they came in on time. Yay. So not in the printed version of this report, but because you're here today, I have 4 fun facts to go along with this. First fun fact is there are over 8,000 boxes, crates, pieces of furniture, and miscellaneous items being moved over. Where they're all going, I'm not exactly sure yet, but that's not my problem. Teachers will be unpacking and setting up their new classrooms on Monday and Tuesday of next week, and the students will begin classes in the new building on Wednesday. We are excited to deliver this new building to the town and for the educational possibilities it will provide for our town's youngest learners and future world leaders. The building was designed with educational benefits such as increased natural light, gathering spaces, a connection to the natural environment of Harvard, interspersed small tutoring spaces, and conditioned air. There's also a middle school-sized gym for games and practices and a stage for plays and concerts. As one student said on a recent tour, all that needed to be repaired is even better than I expected. Due to the combined efforts of the building committee alongside of the project teams from Shawmut Design and Construction, Arrow Street Architect and Design, and NV5, the owner's project manager, who's been outstanding in protecting our interests, we're confident that the overall project will be finished on time and within the budget approved by the town at June of 2018. To date, we've expended approximately $36.4 million, which is 83% out of the $44 million construction budget. While we continue to be at some risk for unforeseen circumstances in phase 2 of the project, namely the demolition of the building and the development of the site to put in the playing fields, the driveway, the playground, we have a healthy balance of just under $1 million, which is about 50% left in our construction contingency to cover any of those costs. We're grateful to the entire construction team for their diligence and adherence to both local and state regulations throughout the pandemic. Work continued largely as expected without any known transmissions of COVID on site. Fun fact number 2, days since March 13th when the schools closed down, 429. Days lost from construction schedule due to COVID, 0. Thank you. We're hopeful that the town will recoup some of the $116,000 spent on COVID-related measures, but in light of the many challenges the pandemic raised to many other projects in the Commonwealth, we remain thankful to Shawmut and their crew for their success in maintaining a healthy and safe site. Had this been a normal year, we would have welcomed members of all boards and committees, as well as members of the school community and town residents, to join us in celebrating the opening of the new school. We will, however, hold an official ceremony once Phase 2 has been completed in the fall, and look forward to showing off the new building to everyone. In the meantime, we're grateful to the Harvard Cable Committee and their crew for the many videos they've taken of the building, and we invite you to experience the school virtually. Links to the videos, as well as a 3D video that was done generously by Todd Waddington, who's the musical director of the Superstar Productions, many of you are familiar with at the elementary school, can also be found on the website. Fun fact number 3, what you won't see in the videos is most of the 800 tons of steel that was used in the construction of the building. In closing, I would like to express our thanks and appreciation to the many people who have contributed to the success of the project so far. It was just over 3 years ago that the town voted to approve the project, and we thank our fellow town board and committee members, town leaders, volunteers of the Yes to HES group, and the many parents and residents who showed their support for the project. We also recognize the financial contribution of each and every taxpayer in town, and we affirm our respect for that gift at the beginning of each school building committee meeting by reading the following core value of the Harvard Public Schools. We appreciate that the Harvard community provides the necessary resources to best serve students, and we hold ourselves accountable. We hold ourselves responsible for the appropriate use of those resources. We're not finished with our work, but we do find ourselves taking a breath after 3 years of hard work. And fun fact number 4, since the 2018 ATM, we've held over 50 full SBC meetings, 39 change order working group meetings, and 106 weekly construction meetings, and hundreds of other planning and review meetings, with at least 143 hours of those on Zoom. What a year it's been. It's our hope that the new building will not only prove sufficient and well-built enough to last for many decades, but that from the very first day of classes will inspire our children to dream large, think creatively, work collaboratively, contribute to their local, national, and global communities, and develop a connection to the natural world around them. Thank you, and I would like to list the members of the school building committee so that you know who's been out there on your behalf in the community working so hard. Nick Browse, Charlene Cronin, Linda Dwight, David Fay, Gus Frazier, Don Ludwig, Rick Maori, Ron Ostberg, Carl Seipel, Marie Solbavaro, Joe Tardif, Alice Von Leska, Josh Myler, Tim Bragan, Patrick Harrigan, Pam Chapman, and Marisa Carana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan Merrick. Good report. Article 2, pay bills of prior fiscal year. Alice?
Ooh, Susan Mary's taller than me. There. Alice Von Leska, 84 Warren Ave. I move that the town transfer $3,343.71 from the stabilization fund to pay the outstanding bills as follows. A, $3,308.29 to pay an old bill of the Select Board Office for fiscal year 2020 for printing services, and B, $35.42 to pay an old bill of the Treasurer Collector's Office for fiscal year 2020.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are any comments? Any speakers? Done. This vote requires a 4/5 vote of the meeting. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. All those opposed, the motion carries. Thank you, Alice. Article 3, Omnibus Budget. Don Ludwig, Finance Committee.
Don Ludwig, 23 East Bear Hill. I move that the town vote to appropriate $33,982,197 to defray the expenses of the town for fiscal year 2022 as printed in the Warrant and Finance Committee report for the 2021 annual town meeting on pages 32 through 36, and that said appropriation be provided as follows. Raise and appropriate $711,262. Library Expendable Trust Fund Transfer, $5,000. HCTV Cable Access Receipts Reserve Transfer, $85,400. Devon's Fund Transfer for Debt, $200,000. Community Preservation Fund Transfer for Debt, $48,038. Board of Health Title V Septic Betterment for Debt, $11,529. Ambulance Enterprise Fund Transfer, $32,000. Sewer Betterments Fund Transfer for Debt, $92,070. School Transportation Revolving Fund Transfer, $40,000. School Kindergarten Revolving Fund Transfer, $170,000. School Choice Transfer, $298,169. School Devon's Fund Transfer, $2,143,421. School Community Education Fund Transfer, $40,000. School Rental Revolving Fund Transfer, $10,000. School Shaw Trust Fund Transfer, $25,308. School Preschool Revolving Fund Transfer, $70,000. For a total appropriation of $33,982,197.
Okay, on the motion, would anyone like to speak? Let's take it each page at a time. If you'll open your annual report, page 32. Any questions, comments? Page 33. Page 34. Page 35. And finally, page 36. On the motion, all those in favor of the omnibus budget, raise your cards. All those opposed, the motion carries. Article 4, Bear Hill Pond testing. Sharon McCarthy.
Sharon McCarthy, East Bear Hill Road, Board of Health. I move that the town appropriate $7,000 to be expended by the Board of Health with the approval of the Select Board to sample and test for cyanobacteria in the water at Town Beach on Bear Hill Pond, and to test the toxicity of the samples alternate weeks from August until mid-September 2021, and to pay for signs at the Town Beach should testing reveal high levels of cyanobacteria, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $7,000 by taxation.
Is there a second? Second. Sharon, would you like to comment briefly on it?
Just to give you a little background on this, last summer there were high levels of cyanobacteria and a big algal bloom at the Pond Beach. The Board of Health had no funding to test the water, so we needed to rely on the Massachusetts Department of Health to come out, and they would only come out every other week. And in addition to that, when the levels were high, we wound up putting up signs in Ziploc plastic bags on a stake because we had no permanent signs. So this covers testing and also permanent signs should we need them.
Any questions, comments? This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, raise your cards. I'm sorry. We'll suspend the voting. Speak.
Actually, I'd rather go ahead with the vote, but it's just Bruce Leisher, 58 Warren Avenue, Chair of the Bear Hill Pond Watershed Management Committee, and I was just coming up to say that the committee fully endorses and supports this article, and that we encourage people to vote for it.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. All those in favor, please raise your card. Opposed? The motion carries. Article 5, Maintenance of Recreational Resources.
Hi, Bob O'Shea, Old Littleton Road, Chair of Parks and Recreation. I move that the town appropriate $20,000 to pay for fiscal year 2022 landscape materials and services for the basic maintenance of the town's recreational resources, and that said appropriation be part of the ongoing budget, subject to appropriation, and that said appropriation be by raising $20,000 by taxation.
Is there a second? Second. Bob, on the motion?
I'm sorry. So speak to the motion. I've been with the Park and Rec group as the harbor master for over 10 years through at least 4 chairs, and I always wondered what was going on the field side of things. I was always on the beach side of the business, and it seemed like we were playing whack-a-mole, paying for whichever team or whichever field squeaked the loudest, and we were running around trying to keep the fields running. And after all that, we ended up with reports that our fields were the worst in any of the towns that we play against in any of the leagues. And I didn't really get it. So I took over as the chair last year. I missed the fiscal cycle, so this is my first fiscal cycle. And you know, there's been 3 reports over the last decade that said that we're over capacity. So when you look at it, our fields are scheduled 7 days a week without any time for any kind of rest. So we end up really abusing the fields that we have in the town, especially the rectangular soccer fields that are used for lacrosse and soccer and stuff. And what we did was we decided, hey, it hasn't been done for at least a decade. Let's go back and do a bottoms-up estimate, what it costs to do this. So just to point out to you, there was a handout when you came in. If you happen to grab it, it has a little bit of yellow across the front of it. It shows you the fields that Park and Rec actually has the responsibility for, but we're looking at the overall field. We have a current budget in an omnibus that we just passed of $25K to take care of all of these fields. And when we did the bottoms-up estimate, and I'm just trying to be completely transparent here, we went and looked at the utilities, what it costs for basic seed and lime and fertilizer, and some of the service contracts that we do to bring in for like bringing up the ball fields to MIA compliance. It adds up to $43,000, so 44. So we ended up with this gap, and it kind of explains what was going on. The DPW, we've been working with Tim Kilhart down at DPW, and on the back side of this handout has what we did was we created a minimum maintenance plan. What is the minimum that we should be doing to maintain these fields? And Tim's been very helpful with that, and he's got his crew working it. But the materials, just having the materials and the utilities paid for, we were, had a big gap. And so we're here to try to close that gap.
Thank you, Bob. Yep. Any comments? Questions? This vote requires a majority. All those in favor, please raise your card. All those opposed? The motion carries. Article 6, performance-based wage adjustment.
Mr. Moderator, Stu Sklar, 39 Scott Road, Select Person. I move that the town appropriate $19,561 to supplement the amount appropriated under Article 3 of the warrant for the 2021 annual town meeting for salaries and wages of non-school officials and employees in order to fund performance-based wage adjustments for fiscal year 2022, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $19,561 by taxation.
Second.
So this...
I'm sorry, Stu, go ahead.
Oh,
you are recognized.
Okay, thank you. So this is the 3rd year we're doing this. Seems to be working so far, and this is really to try to provide employees that go above and beyond up to 1% of their salary as a sort of as a bonus. And as I said, this is going to be the 3rd year we're doing it. The last 2 years seem to have gone fairly well and have been received relatively well.
Any comments? The speaker is recognized. Yes, please state your name.
Billy Salter, Elm Street. First of all, I'm in favor of this. The math works out, I believe, to about, on average, $500 for each of the employees that is eligible to this. Is that correct, Mr. Moderator?
Stu, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Okay. Not every employee is going to get it. It's not
Average. You take the number of employees and you just do a division.
I'm not sure if that is right. I've just been told.
Okay, thank you. I want to note that is not zero, but is a paltry discretionary sum and goes a small way towards addressing what I viewed and still view as what the selectmen did when they wrested control of many of the union negotiations 5 or 6 or 8 years ago. So I urge us, of course, to approve this, but not to give up. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Any other comments? This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed, the motion carries. Article 7, DPW roadside tree maintenance. Stu?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriate $20,000 to be expended by the Department of Public Works Director in coordination with the tree warden and with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to contract with a professional company to trim trees and large brush along Harvard's roadsides with unexpected funds as of June 30th, 2022 being returned to their funding source, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $20,000 by taxation.
Is there a second? Second. Stu?
I think many people in town would like to see this number actually much higher, but it's what we do every year, and I'm not sure I should say it does the basic services for us or not, but it takes down the worst trees that are dead and dangerous. So we really need this. We need this to pass so we can at least keeping the small program we have going, keep it going.
Are there any comments? We have one.
Jessie Panic, West Bear Hill Road. I just wanted to request that we focus on the hazardous trees as opposed to flattening all the roadsides of all the brush, because we actually increase our invasives problems and such when we indiscriminately mow down everything along the side of the road. And so I think we have, I just would like to mention that I think the hazardous trees are much higher priority, and we need to think about how we address our roadsides a little more carefully. Thank you.
And this is a separate topic.
We have another speaker to my left.
Hi, Michelle Catalina, Old Littleton Road. Stu, how do we get trees on this list? I'm
Talk
serious.
to me after the meeting. No, if you have a tree, if you've noticed a tree, it doesn't have an orange band around it.
Yeah.
Feel free to take a picture, send it to the town administrator, send it to one of the select board, and we'll make sure it gets to the, or you can send it directly to the director of DPW, Tim Kilhart. If you see a dangerous tree.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Am I right, speaker?
Paul Green, 288 Old Littleton Road. Mr. Moderator, the speaker referred to the fact that many people would like this number to be higher. I certainly put myself in that category. In case people haven't noticed, we're years into a pretty significant drought. And I would say the number of dead and dying trees has climbed astronomically in the last 10, 15 years. So I just want to ask, Mr. Moderator, why isn't the number higher?
I will ask a member of the select board to answer that question.
It comes down to budget priorities, and the finance committee and the select board set goals at the beginning of the budget cycle on what we want to see the budget grow or what the budget should do, and we tried to maintain a level funding budget, so it's hard to increase something in a level-funded budget. I'm open to any other ideas if there's a better answer to that.
Well, I would just point out, Mr. Moderator, that we've had citizens in this town killed by falling trees, not on public property, thankfully, but on private property. And this is a serious business. And one just has to drive along or walk along or bicycle along our roads to see that we're not keeping up with this. And so please, you know, I'm tempted to ask for a show of hands today to see if the town would support raising this number in the future.
Okay. Your comments are noted. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Stu. Article 8, Capital Planning and Investment Committee recommendation. I'm sorry. I'm new at this. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. All those opposed? Motion carries. This required a majority vote. Okay, now, Article 8, Capital Planning and Investment Committee recommendation expenditure. John Seeley.
John Seeley, 20 Pinnacle Road. I am the chairman of the Capital Investment Committee. I move that the town appropriate the sums of money to be expended by the town boards and officials for the capital projects and acquisitions described and printed on pages 19 through 20 of the Finance Committee report and warrant for the 2021 annual town meeting, each of which numbered items shall be a separate appropriation, and provide for said appropriations by transfer from the funding sources as printed on said pages 20 through 20, or 19 through 20.
Okay, on the motion, what I'd like to do, we'll take each of these recommendations separately. The first is road construction and repair, $300,000.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Road construction and repair, you all drive on our roads multiple times a day, and you've probably noticed a gradual deterioration in their quality over the years. That's primarily due to the Chapter 90 funding from the state is roughly $350,000, give or take a few every year, but that's remained stable for a decade, while the cost of repairing roads has gone up. So Tim Kilhart, our DPW director, has recommended this amount of money to play essentially catch up with the road repairs in town.
Any comments? Replace engine number 3 with a...
We need to vote. We need to vote on each item. Each of these will be voted on individually.
Okay.
We had a big problem 2 or 3 years ago trying to clear these as a group, and it didn't work.
I guess I was optimistically anticipating that we'd get through this list.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. It's in the article. It's in the article is one motion, so you need a motion to split the question.
Want this? No.
It's not necessary that we vote on each one individually, but if that's the sense of town meeting, we can do that. Let's go through it. Item number 1, road construction. All those in favor, raise your card. All those opposed? The motion carries. Replace engine number 3 with a hook truck, $262,500.
This is a scheduled replacement of our 20-year-old pumper. And actually, the chief got very creative on his solution to this because he has found a vehicle that he believes is more appropriate for our town. It will be much more flexible in terms of the number of uses that they can do. And essentially, it avoids a $630,000 replacement purchase for a like pumper truck. Plus, he's also going to be able to use this as a pickup truck for short errands, which eliminates another $50,000 purchase. So kudos to our chief for coming up with this solution.
Any questions? All those in favor, raise your card. All those opposed? Motion carries. Item number 3, repair fire ponds, $50,000.
This is a continuation of a project that's been underway for about 3 years now to remove the overgrowth in some of our fire ponds and replacing dry hydrants. A study was done about 1.5 years ago that has now set priorities on which ponds need to get fixed the soonest, so this just adds funds to complete that whole work.
Questions? Comments? All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? The motion carries. Item number 4, replace HVAC at Bromfield, $150,000.
About 90% of all of the air circulation units at Bromfield are at their expected life expectancy of 20 years. So this is the first of a couple of year project to basically replace all of the ones in total, and where possible, air cooling will be added to cool the most warm sections of Bromfield in the process. But this is basically a replacement project to maintain that structure.
Questions or comments? All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? The motion carries. Item number 5, card access system at Bromfield, $100,000.
This is essentially a security upgrade to the Bromfield School. There are 25 exterior doors that are possible to get in and out of that school, and the system now, you can prop open those doors, and frequently administration and teachers notice doors propped open by a rock. It's just not a safe situation. This will put that school on the same card access and electronic monitoring system as the new elementary school, so that school administrators and the police can have 24/7 access to the security of the school.
Comments? Speaker on my right.
Libby Levison, Old Shirley Road. In the write-up on page 20, could somebody explain to me the sentence, the school committee is requesting $100,000 for the first of this 2-year project? Does that mean there will be an additional request for the second year of this 2-year project?
Yes. They want to spend this money to replace the ones most desperately in need of replacement, and by doing that, they can figure out exactly what the balance will be required to come to meeting next year for funding.
Other comments? All those in favor, please raise your card. All those opposed? The motion carries. Item number 6, replace light-duty dump truck, $85,000.
Again, this is a scheduled replacement of one of 4 DPW Ford F1 or F550 big heavy-duty dump trucks, or light-duty dump trucks. These are used every day. This one in particular had a lot of repairs required on it last year to the tune of almost $13,000. So this is a scheduled replacement.
Any comments? Questions? All those in favor, please raise your card. All those opposed? The motion carries. Item number 7, Commercial District Planning Program, $300,000.
Probably Chris Ryan would be best to come up and explain this to the group. Essentially, it is a 3-phase project that will span multiple years to do analysis of the commercial district in terms of what kinds of businesses the citizens would most demand and would benefit from being located in that commercial district, followed by some renderings of exactly what that would look like if it were developed, followed by specific zoning bylaws. Chris?
Speaker on my left. Yep. Go ahead.
Is Chris Ryan coming up to the microphone?
Yeah, please identify yourself.
Michelle Catalina, Old Littleton Road. I have some questions. Okay, sorry. Michelle Catalina, Old Littleton Road. I have some questions on the Phase 1 market analysis and fiscal impact. So essentially, what are the key deliverables of this fiscal analysis? and market impact.
Chris Ryan.
Is Chris here?
Justin can answer.
Justin can. You want to come up here?
Justin Brown, Park Lane, Chair of the Planning Board. I had prepared some remarks to give a little bit more introduction. Go ahead. All right, thank you. So just for clarification, this is the Commercial District Citizen-Based Vision Plan. The whole goal of this project is to coordinate zoning across parcels for our commercial district. Right now it's done parcel by parcel. The project will end with new zoning legislation for a vote at town meeting here in this body where the citizens have the final say. The project will be coordinated by the Planning Board and across the 3 phases. We have a market analysis and fiscal impacts where we ask what could be done and what are the benefits of each various level of development. We then move into the second phase, which is the vision plan, where the citizens of Harvard take what could be done and we define together what should be done. There will be a number of public meetings facilitated by consultants where they're going to help us take the public input, create visuals, and show you what the meaning of that is going to be. And we together provide a shared vision of what the commercial district will look like. In the third phase of the project, we take that shared vision of what should be done and we turn that into the formal language of the bylaw. We take those visuals and turn it into the legal language of zoning. Again, the consultant is going to help us with the complexity of this task. We're looking at a form-based code where instead of the text-based zoning in this giant book that puts me to sleep at night, we're going to turn this into pictures, and so that gives us the dimensions, the style, and the shape of what's going to happen in that zoning. I see that there are some questions. I expected that today, so I don't think any introduction can really do this project justice with the complexity, so I look forward to answering those questions. But I do want to remind you that we do have a bunch of written materials on the Planning Board website. The Planning Board hosted a webinar. And the May 7th issue of the Harvard Press gave a wonderful explanation of what's going on. And this article is supported unanimously by the Planning Board and unanimously by the Select Board.
Okay, I recognize the speaker on my right, and please address all your questions to the moderator.
Billy Salter, Elm Street. Mr. Moderator, and I believe you have personal knowledge as well of what I'm about to ask. Haven't we been working on making plans and zones and visions, maybe not form-based, but haven't we been working on the commercial district for years and perhaps a couple of decades? It sort of reminds me of, I don't know, the Hildreth House or the old library roof, or we look at something, we spend a fair amount of volunteer and sometimes hired professional time. Committees and groups debate, discuss, hold meetings, make reports, even vote, and then we do it again, and then we do it again. I don't want to get political, but if anybody remembers the Benghazi hearings, we don't want to continue to go down that path. Now, that being said, we clearly need better ways to deal with, and that must obviously include zoning, it seems to me, the commercial district. But can someone contextualize this briefly, please, in the history of what we've been working on, and in particular, why is it this time going to work? I guess maybe Charlie Brown and the football is a better analogy than Benghazi. Thank you.
Okay, so your question is, why will this work when other planning efforts have not?
And why have we not? Thank you. Yes, that was a little more succinct than I like to be. Why?
You get my drift.
Yeah. Yes. And are there things from those other planning efforts that we put countless hours and countable dollars into that we can use and learn from, and why haven't we? Thank you.
I'll ask the chair of the planning board to answer the question first. Why is this likely to work when other efforts have not?
That's a wonderful question. What we're doing this time is we're standing on the shoulders of all the past planning boards that have come before us, and we're learning from the things that they struggle with, and we're addressing those needs. This is why we're pulling in the consultant. We recognize that this challenge has been something that's been too big a bite for a volunteer planning board. We're in a unique situation now where we have a volunteer planning board supported by a full-time staff member, and we're looking to hire a consultant that has done this time and time again for rural communities like ourselves. We also recognize that the public is an important part of this process, and that's why the revision plan is so important this time, where it's facilitated by public meetings. We take the public input, and we together have a shared vision of how this is going to work. This is a bigger effort than we have worked in the past, but if we look at what we've done with the Air Road Village special permit passed by this body in 2004, it called out what we wanted in that for that district, but unfortunately it was handled parcel by parcel, and there are economic forces and then geology forces that are impacting individual parcels. But here what we're going to do is we're going to coordinate the entirety of the district all at once, which is different than in the past. We're hopeful of this, but this is also why this project going forward, it has circuit breakers between the phases, so that if we do the market analysis, that first step, and we find out that this is not viable and not worth going forward, we will stop. The remainder of the funds return back to CPIC, and then we have answered this question with some finality, but this is also supported by the consultant.
I'll also ask the chair of the planning board to extend an invitation to Mr. Salter to attend your meetings. I think he has a lot to contribute.
That invitation should extend to all the citizens here. We welcome you at the meetings, and particularly engaged in this process if you choose to vote for it today.
I recognize the speaker to my left.
I'm Michelle Catalina, Old Littleton Road. I have your guidelines right here on this because I've been very confused by what exactly you were trying to do. And so after going through everything on the website now, I'm pretty supportive of step 2 and 3. But I'm having some issues with step 1. So that was why my first question is, what are the key deliverables that we're going to get from this market analysis? So it's a market analysis and fiscal impact study. And I'm very concerned about this taking place at this point in time. I'm very concerned because we've already done a lot of work around maximums and minimums based on the wetlands, based on going door to door down, asking every single person on this in 2009 and 2010, are you willing to redevelop in the next 10 years? We've got numbers, we've got maximums, and then we visioned this road in 2016, right? And they came up with commercial design guidelines led by Aaron McBee and essentially made a beautiful vision. So we have code, right? We have the 125, we have the protective bylaw, and now we have this wonderful design guidelines. And we changed every setback on Ayer Road. Really, we released all the zoning off of every parcel on Ayer Road in 2016, and essentially to allow more flexible placement. Now the missing piece is the form-based code. And I don't know if most people understand what form-based code is. I barely understand what form-based code is, and I read the RFIs, I read the responses to them, and I think I understand now why we have to revision the road, right? So essentially what this means is that in order for them to build the code that details down to the level, the size of the overhang on the cornice, the roof peaks, the floors, so this looks essentially like a planned community, and it could be planned all the way down. And we could take off the special permit, because we would then understand what we were going to get exactly, right? Because we would have form-based code. So I'm good with this. What I don't understand is who's going to make the decision based on the outcome of this, because you're no longer coming back to town meeting. People wanted the form-based code. One of the biggest critiques I had when I was on the planning board is they didn't trust that we could enforce the zoning and protect them from getting unwanted development, and form-based code would completely protect from that. You would know exactly what you're going to get. You'd know where the trees were, the sidewalk was, the garden was, where the parking was. You'd know all that ahead of time, and that would be lovely, right? And so this is our plan. So I think that's really cool. But what I don't understand is why this is based on this market analysis during a pandemic. I mean, are we going to be looking at market leakage again, or what are the key deliverables that are going to come out of this? What is a baseline revenue you're looking at, and then who's going to make that decision coming forward?
Michelle, you've asked a number of questions. Can you boil that down to one prescient question?
No.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. Recognize the speaker to my right.
Michael McLaughlin from...
Well, what is your question, Michelle?
Okay, how about the first one? What are the key deliverables of the market analysis?
Okay, planning board?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The key deliverable here is the scale and scope of the development. So the return on an investment for a certain scale of development. It's also the other key, and that's baked into what could be developed there. So I think that it's a really question here is what could happen and what it takes in that impact. So they're giving us the range of values based on the assumptions that go in and what the outcome is. And so we have at various levels the inputs and the outputs of what we choose going forward and what the economic return is. As you pointed out, Michelle, the last market study was done a decade ago and is out of date. So what we have to do is look at where we are now and look at where we're going to the future. And this is that process to help us step forward.
The market study can be redone easily. I mean, you just plug the new numbers in for taxes. The second question that I had was who makes the decision to go forward or not?
All right, planning board.
So the planning board is going to be at the helm guiding this forward, but we're also going to be looking for cross-board support. We're planning on working with the chair of the ZBA, the chair of the planning board, and a representative from the select board on creating the RFI and working on how we choose our consultants. But ultimately, we're going to do this all in a public process and to do this in the open so that we see what's going on and choose where we're going here.
Okay, but who will make the actual decision, yes or no? Will the planning board do it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, speaker on my right.
Hello, Michael McLaughlin, Old Littleton Road. Just kind of further that, with the criticality of phase one and the analysis coming out from the consultant, have we actually reached out to multiple consultants, and are there any RFIs that were released, and that would help, I think, narrow in on what are the deliverables we're getting back, along with just the scope statement that you had, Chair?
So if we reached out to multiple consultants, is the question?
Yes, we posted a request for information, the RFI. We received eight different RFIs. Those have been posted on the planning board website since the fall. We've reviewed those, and the scope of this project has been informed by the information and the scale of costs that were across there. So we even know that the dollar figure we're asking for is appropriate for this scale of project.
Excellent, thank you. So just one more question on that then. Is there a draft RFP that we can review?
The planning board has not yet drafted an RFP. We were waiting until after we knew if this project was approved or not to go ahead and work out those details. But we are planning to. There will be an upcoming agenda item on the planning board's agenda.
Okay, speaker on my left.
Bill Cordner, Stowe Road. It saddens me deeply to have to take a position of sort of being an old curmudgeon here, but I've lived in the town long enough to see many cycles of planning for the area up there go through, and in the end, essentially produce nothing. And I can't, even though I read through the process development, which looks good, I like that, of how you would carry things out. In spite of that, it feels to me like the demand just isn't going to be there, and we would be pouring $300,000 and more to follow behind that into a dry well where nothing will live. That's essentially all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Speaker, am I right?
Libby Levison, Old Shirley Road, and the Board of Health. And the other board that Justin is already working with is the Board of Health on this. I know that Justin knows this because we're already speaking. But for anyone relatively new to the Air Road Corridor, one of the major issues is not what we want that can go in there, but what can go in there, because there is no septic, there is no sewer. And so the Board of Health has to be involved because we have to be sure that there's water. We have to be sure that whatever business goes in can build a septic that will support that business unless we can find a different solution for getting sewer. So just a little reminder, and also to remind Justin that he's already talking to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker on my left.
Ben Guthrow, Fairbank Street. I just want to speak in opposition to this bill. I think that it's throwing good money after bad. We've had decades of trying to plan this, and nobody wants to move in. So that should tell us something.
Okay, thank you. Speaker on my right.
Hi, Jack Spiro, Deerfoot Trail. You want to spend $300,000 on a study. How long do you think it's going to take to get that money back in taxes on what kind of a restaurant goes in there or something? It's going to take a long time to get your money back, so I think it's a waste of money.
Okay. Speaker on my left.
Yeah, I'm in support of that too. I've seen numerous studies and
Could you
nothing's
identify
come of
yourself,
it.
please?
Oh, Brent Ferguson, 11 Willow Road, Harvard. Why don't the planning board and the planner and the zoning board come up with a bylaw and propose that to the town? They can have hearings, and then they can bring it to the town meeting and vote on it. I don't see why we need to go outside and have a $300,000 study. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker on my right.
Liz Ruark, Orchard Hill. It seems to me I'm hearing a lot of, this hasn't worked before, so we should never try again. And that seems to me, frankly, short-sighted. And so I don't know that anyone is super happy with Air Road as it currently exists. If you'd like it to be better, let's try to make it better. Also, having been to the planning board meeting online about this subject, if you were there, you would see how complicated it is. And these people are volunteers. I'm a volunteer. We all have other jobs that we do. This is really complicated stuff. This is not as easy as it looks. You cannot just put together a bylaw and bring it to the meeting, because you know what? If you could, we'd be voting on it today. So there's a very good reason why this is being proposed. If we would like to create, or at least try to create, an Air Road that will do for Harvard what we want it to do, this is the way to do it. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker on my left.
Hi, Brad Bessie, Westcott Road. I guess my concern is, I don't think, from what I'm hearing, this is the direction that we really want to go. I'm terrified with the direction Chris Ryan's trying to take this town. A recent presentation that was given to the school committee about this plan, this study, and the future vision of Air Road included best-in-class examples of Air, Littleton, and Mashpee Commons. And I don't know about anyone else, but we moved specifically to Harvard because it wasn't Littleton. Littleton should not be used as any example that should be best in class of planned development for this town. That town is ruined. What used to be a nice rural farming community is now shopping plazas, Starbucks, and housing subdivisions slammed together so close that there's no yards, it's McMansions, it's awful. So I'm in opposition to this. This is the 5th year since we've moved back to this town, and every year Air Road has come up, and it is just more money on something that hasn't worked. Please, let's try to keep Harvard the way it is. I'm all for common sense development, but this is not the way.
Speaker on my right.
Carrie Green, 102 Oak Hill Road. I have 2 questions. First one is, does the town know what amount of revenue is needed from the C district in order to actually make things better? Do they have a number on that? Or, I mean, are we just doing this for aesthetic reasons? Like, I understand that there's revenue and tax issues in the town, but do we know what we need other than it to look better, I guess? Like, do we know what the dollar amount is that we really need to get out of that 1.2 mile stretch of road?
Has that analysis been done?
We don't have a specific dollar figure, but we are trying to make a positive dollar figure, not a negative one. For a specific dollar figure, I would refer to the Finance Committee on this one. I see Don is here in the front row. I think he'd be a more appropriate person to talk about what the specific dollar figure would be.
Because as you bring in more development, that also makes other expenses for the town go up in the needs of services and other things. So I really like to know what do we need money-wise out of that that road. If it's just for aesthetics, leave that up to the property owners, honestly. That's my opinion. But if we know an amount that we need for the town, I'd really like to know that number. And then my second question is, has the planning board or the community economic development director made contact with every parcel owner in that C district that could fall under this form-based code, and do they have everyone's full support?
Planning board, do you have an answer to that question?
I'm going to need some help from Chris on this. I know we've been talking about this, but to answer your question directly, have we contacted everyone individually? That's a specific question. I would like to give you a direct answer.
Hi, Chris Ryan, Community and Economic Development Director for the town of Harvard. We have contacted several different owners in the district. We haven't talked to all of them. They will be involved in the vision plan process. They're going to be a core part of that vision plan process. We think that obviously the first step of the market analysis and the fiscal impact study will inform whether we're going to go into that stage or not. So I think it would be premature to talk to everybody and really waste their time at that point. But once we get the information that we need in terms of the numbers, knowing exactly the different sort of levels of potential revenue that we could get, and then what the fiscal impact, and you asked a great question when you said impact on services, because the fiscal impact stage of the project will answer those fiscal impact questions related to services. So no, we haven't talked to everybody yet, but that's certainly going to come along in the vision plan stage.
So the articles in the press really just kind of focused on those that are heavily commercial, and I just want to make sure that anybody within that district has actually been talked to. Some might not have really known what was going on up until the press last week as to the extent of things. It's just the interviews were really heavily based on those that have tenants and whatnot, and that, really have a big financial potential stake in us spending this money. So, thank you.
Okay. Speaker on my left.
Margaret Nestler, Croft Lane. I want to thank the Planning Board. I feel like 2 years ago, I spoke out against a revision that you wanted to make, and one of the things I said at that time is that I felt town needed more outreach, and I think this is about giving us more and greater outreach. So I would, as a transplanted New Englander, I would like to suggest that you expand the scope but keep the price the same. And the piece that there are two pieces that concern me here that I have not heard mentioned, and that I find, just in terms of sequencing of a project of this complexity, are being left out of the equation. First of all, climate change. This corridor basically parallels a waterway. It's a valuable resource in our town. As it gets closer to air, we know there's a lot of pollution. There's been no talk of an environmental assessment, and I think it's really should be integrated into this process. If I have one complaint, it's that the integration is not yet where it should be. I think on a scale of 1 to 10, you're at about 5. You were at like 1 before, so I'm saying that's great. So I think there's the environmental piece. Part of the environmental piece is recognizing where we have wildlife corridors. Often they parallel waterways. Concord's way ahead of us in this respect, where they're integrating their roadway construction with underpasses for wildlife. I'd like to see that added into the scope of this plan. The second part that I feel is missing and sequentially is out of place is there's a corresponding project happening in our town now that we have already voted to fund partially. That's the TIP program. I think the TIP program, grant funded, I understand the reason why we went for it, but I think that the constraints of this program for us to fit into it as a community will actually destroy our community. The TIP program, the framework of the roadway for that program, when you talk about form-based code, just take a look and really understand the implications to our physical reality of that program, because it's not pretty. It will be an urban roadway in our town if we cannot modify it. It does not provide for any pedestrian crossings across Air Road. There are no stoplights. So what I'm trying to say is, what I think is the biggest challenge about Air Road is that we are essentially a residential community. I think COVID, in a way, has brought this even more into greater importance. You see a lot more people wanting to recreate directly onto our roads, walking, riding bicycles, pushing strollers, drive around. But what's happening is this weird's not the right word. Anyway, we're not integrating it well enough, in my opinion, so that the residential side is keeping up with the other side. So I'd really love to see you guys just go a little bit farther and really start to think about the residential experience. There are people who own homes and live along Air Road. The TIP program has offered cyclist lanes and, no, there is not a cyclist lane, sidewalks. But it is essentially an urban solution. It will not look like 117 in Air. It will look like Barnum Road in Devens. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask speakers to keep your comments and questions to the motion, and also make comments that you think would be beneficial to town meeting in making a decision on this. Speaker to my right.
Hi, I'm Mark Savigny, and I live on Shaker Road. I have two distinct questions. I'll keep them brief. In general, I support the idea of form-based code. I like the idea in concept where it can be put into practice. My question is, can a form-based code be put into practice in this district based on the number of already developed parcels that are there? So my first question is, how many undeveloped parcels are there that would then have the potential to take advantage of the form-based code?
Do you have an answer to that?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but part of what's going to happen here with the shared vision is that we're likely to see the owners of those various parcels re-coordinating how they work together, rather than applying the past thinking of a parcel by parcel development. We're looking for a more shared vision and a coordinated commercial district going forward. We're planning to put aside some open space and going forward, but we want the citizens' input in that whole process. I don't have a specific answer to your question, but we see going forward that this is going to allow us to redefine that whole corridor cohesively as a unit rather than parcel by parcel.
If I may, the reason why I'm asking is because there is a fair amount of rhetoric in town around how we can diversify our tax base, and a lot of comments putting a lot of hope into the commercial district. And what I suspect is that the limitations of the commercial district are for potential development are that there is no municipal water and sewer. So if there is no municipal water and sewer, and that's why we have, across from Dunkin' Donuts, that lot having sat vacant for as long as I've been in town, 30 years, and I'm wondering how we can expect that there will suddenly be this blossoming of development based on a form-based code if there aren't the services that can provide for development. So if the development is constrained by septic capacity, the ability to develop a septic system, not every parcel has great potential for septic capacity. So my follow-up question is then, are there plans for tying into municipal sewer in maybe adjacent Devens or not? Because it feels to me a little bit like if we don't have the infrastructure to allow for the development, and we are counting on tax revenue, and we're putting in a bylaw, we're requesting money for a bylaw that we're hoping will return tax revenue which exceeds the investment in the planning, I'm just having a hard time visualizing the sequencing. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker to my left.
Is that a question?
Could I get an answer to, is there
a short answer from the planning board? Do you have plans for water and sewer on your road?
That's part of the process of the fiscal analysis. If with water and sewer, what could we do? Without water and sewer, what could we do? Various levels of that. That's why this is so complex. I think Mark has done a wonderful job advocating for the market analysis in the form that we've proposed it.
Okay. Speaker on my left.
Nathan Finch, Codman Hill Road. So there's lots of people that say that they don't want Harvard to look like Littleton and Air, and I don't think anyone who lives here wants us to look like that. I don't think the planning board wants us to look like that, and that's kind of half the point of this thing, is to make sure that we don't look like that. If you've driven down that way, there's empty lots, there's dilapidated houses, dilapidated buildings, and there are people that say that's because there's no demand. Well, why is there no demand? We don't know. That's what this is for, is to figure out why no one wants to build there and to fix all the bylaws and such so the people that we do want there will want to build there, and to make those laws in such a way that we all like it. We like the types of buildings that are there. We like the types of businesses. We like the way it looks. The point is to make it better the way we all want. And that's nothing that we can do by having a few volunteer planning board people kind of hack up the laws that we have. It takes people that know what they're doing, spending tens, hundreds of hours of time, and that's why it's as expensive as it is. This will make our town better in the way we all decide we want it to be. That's all.
Speaker on my right.
Yeah, I figured I'd stay in line, although I think his name was Mark, basically asked every question I was going to ask. Tony Schwarzkopf, South Shaker Road. Sorry, I moved here a year ago, right before this meeting last year. I find myself kind of agreeing with the self-identified old curmudgeons, though. Like, I would love to see Route 2, like we live there, to be able to walk across, go to the track, have, some businesses there. But it sounds like Libby just saved us $300,000 and Mark. Like, if there's no water, then what's the point of continuing to study the market analysis of the type of business? When again, my first meeting, we just said we don't have money to spend on like taking care of the roads, trees, things like that. Why not just repurpose this money for doing those things? And I didn't catch her name in the pink with the laptop, but I agree with everything she's been saying too. Like, this feels like an unnecessary step that's been done. Why not just keep doing it parcel by parcel? Because the water's going to make us do it parcel by parcel anyway. So the only specific question I had that Mark didn't ask is, how many distinct owners are there in this space that you're dealing with? Is it 2 owners who own all this space? Is it 12 owners? Specifically the area near Route 2.
Do you have an answer to that?
I'm going to ask for Chris Ryan to help me with the specific number of owners on that district.
While Chris is making his way to the microphone, I'd just like to make a comment. If you have something important to say that you feel as though town meeting needs to hear, by all means, get in line. But if someone has made your point, there's no shame in returning to your seat. Just saying. Chris?
I believe the EDAT report identified, if I'm not mistaken, 89 owners in the corridor. I'd have to go back and check, but there's a number of different owners in the district. And that's what makes the challenge so large, because it is fragmented. It does require some consolidation and some coordination. So that complexity alone is why we need some assistance.
Speaker to my right, left.
Hi, Michelle Catalina, Old Littleton Road. No tricky questions, just 3 comments. So my first thing is that I feel the real value of this land on Air Road is in housing. And I feel this because when I was on the planning board, we would receive several inquiries per year. What kind of apartment complex could we put here? Oh no, we're going to talk to Devon's, we're going to talk to Air, we're going to get that sewer down the road. And so I can't imagine us ever paying to Sewer and Water Air Road to put in large tracts of housing using 40B, which will overcome all our zoning, even form-based code. Another problem I have is that the development is quite small, and we tax on the brick and mortar, right? So we tax our businesses just like we tax our homes, and in order to go to the 20%, we would need to make significant change, right? Because we're down at like 4 to 5%. We'd need to get to 20% in order to go to a split tax rate. And then we don't even want to do that because that would mean taxing the orchards and the orchard-associated businesses in a similar manner. And so that's not going to work for us either, because if there's one thing I think there's support for, it's our agribusinesses. And so essentially, I redid the numbers from the Economic Development Analysis Team's report from 2010, and I was on that committee. And we took the Dunkin' Donuts Plaza, which is 4 buildings, 90,000 square feet, and brings in about $459,000, right? And so if you took that, I'm sorry, it brings in $143,000. So if you took that and we mapped onto all the parcels that could hold that, and there were 3 more parcels that could hold that. One of them would need to be redeveloped, so they would need to take down everything on it. And if you do that, that changes the average tax bill by $150. So while I applaud the effort to redesign this, I think we really need to understand, and I think the EDAT came to the conclusion, and then the Economic Development Committee over this isn't going to solve our structural deficit. We could make this area look nicer, and I think for that, we should keep going down this road, even if this doesn't pass today, of trying to figure out how to make this area look good and how to make it work for the town, taking into consideration the environmental and other concerns.
Speaker to my right.
Hi, Erin McPhee, Littleton Road. I just want to say that I fully support this, obviously, because I was on the planning board before, where we came up with this whole plan, but I think it's the only way we can really control what we're going to get on Air Road. Right now, we have, as Chris pointed out, 89 different owners. There's not good water and sewer. At some point, somebody might connect, and then the whole thing might explode with a bunch of development that we may not want. But currently, without the water and sewer, we may end up with, we have people looking to do self-storage facilities, which is not at all what we want. I think most people in town, we want to have something that looks cohesive with our rural community, and form-based codes, I think, is the way to get us there. Thanks.
Okay, the question's been moved. No. You need to get in line to do that. Mark.
Someone's going to second and take a vote on that, then you do me.
So we have a motion to terminate debate, requires a 2/3 vote, and we need to do that before if we are to continue. There's no debate. The motion is not debatable. All those in favor of terminating debate, raise your cards. All those opposed? The motion carries. Debate is terminated. So on the motion of Commercial District Planning Program, $300,000. All those in favor, raise their cards. All those opposed? The motion fails. Okay.
Point of order from the back.
Yes, okay, we will have a count. Will the counters come up here forward, please?
Technically 70.
No, I know.
How do you want to divide this money? So we usually will divide 2 and 2, and it looks like they had said that there's going to be 2 on this section, 2 in the middle, there, 2 in turn, and 2 in that turn. So they're dividing this area into one. Sorry, Marlene.
Okay.
So we have 2 counties as you know. You start at opposite ends of your but it's just for this day. And then when we're done with this town, clarify that. That's one section. This is another section. And then that side.
Okay, so we need two counters from these two columns. That way. Two counters in the middle section, just between these two. Microphones are inside. Between the microphones.
Mr. Moderator, could you clarify that the 300,000 is for all three stages, not just this first stage? Because I don't think that was made clear, and I just asked Justin this. Because that's a difference, whether it's
For all three stages.
for all three stages. Because I was not clear on that, so.
Okay, we're ready for the count. So everyone, would you please take your seat?
Everyone should be in a seat. Okay,
We're getting a lot of concerns from the public about what the clarity on the vote is and what the dollar amount on the various stages is.
the vote before us now is to terminate debate. To challenge, the vote is to challenge the termination of debate.
Somebody challenged the count, okay?
Got it.
You know,
Okay.
Just kind of the eyeball count and called for a,
Okay, right. So we'll make one clarification before we vote. Planning board?
A number of citizens as well as board members come and try to ask for some clarification on the dollar amount and what that means for each of the various stages. So I want to help clarify that at the moment. It's $300,000.
Clear vote with a decisive lack of 2/3. You can't come up and make more points now. We voted. It's like you didn't like the way the vote turned out, and now you're coming in trying to make more arguments. All you can do is count the vote, and did it pass 2/3 or not? That's it. Debate's done. There can be no more clarification. It's like you didn't win the vote, and now I'm going to make more arguments. That's what you're doing.
I stand corrected. Okay, all those, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the motion, item number 7, Article 8, $300,000 for a commercial district planning program. All those in favor, raise your card and hold them up. Counters, begin.
Yes, they did.
Do the math?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, I could still make it 14. I didn't see him standing there.
14?
14.
Okay, you both agree?
Yes.
We agreed on the person we both did not.
Standing up there.
Okay.
Okay, hands down in the center.
I have never done it right. We've never gotten the same answer the first time. Never done it with me before. 35. 35? And you both agree? First time around. First time around.
Even though we had two people who walked, who came in after I counted.
The section on my right, you can lower your cards.
16 to the back. 16 to the back. 18. I guess, Victor, what people were saying was that if someone wants to move the question, it's actually getting in the way for the sake of it. So what were your choices? Did you agree?
Yes.
Okay, on the motion, all those opposed to the motion, raise your hands, raise your cards. Counters begin.
So this number has to be, it depends on what our total is. And then you have to have this number, would have to be more than 2 million. Because you're twice that. Yeah. So it'd have to be 212 to the next whole number. Yeah. Yep, so the next group will be last year, I think almost every question was had to go because you know what I mean.
Middle section.
So the middle section is 22. Thank you.
Which ones do we have?
She's better at this than I am. But I also had people walking around on this country. Did you agree? Yes, we looked up for you. She got it the first time. We both got it the second time.
People are very lax. They sit on the ground. Okay.
Okay, hands down to my right in the center. Keep your hands up to my left. The tent, you can lower your cards. The outside tent, I'm sorry.
So what was your section? 30. It would have had to have been, so it does not.
Okay, on the motion, in favor, 106, opposed, 149. It does not pass. What is your point of order?
Bob Coit, Old Littleton Road. In the interest of expediting the proceedings, I move that sessions or discussions at the mic be limited to 2 minutes, 2 times at the mic. 2 minutes each time at the mic and 2 times at the mic.
I'll take that under advisement as we proceed.
That would be a point of order open to the town. It wouldn't necessarily be a decision of the moderator. It would be a vote. It's a proceeding. You are basically expressing an interest in limiting your ability to spend time at the mic. 2 minutes at the mic, 2 turns. Per person. Per article? Per whenever. You know, in other words, per article. Per article, per issue. It's a point of order. Well, it's you guys can decide what you want, but I'm just trying to expedite it.
Okay. Your point of order is actually a motion. You made a motion to limit debate to 2 minutes, 2 questions. A vote to limit debate requires a 2/3 vote.
Correct. But to be clear, so everyone knows, for every vote, each person is allowed 2 minutes at the mic, 2 times at the mic.
Okay, that's, we understand you. Does everyone understand the motion? All those in favor of the motion? Is there a second?
Excuse me. I would like to debate that motion.
We need a second before we debate. All right, we have a second. Ms. Speaker to the right. Point of order.
You were calling the agenda. He got on the mic calling a point of order to make a motion. Point of order, is that legitimate?
Yes.
He needs,
Okay.
he needs to come up to write down.
Yeah.
Without a second, I withdraw. Unless if there's no second to my motion.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, the motion to limit debate is not debatable. So probably for good reason. All right, on the motion to limit debate, all those in favor, raise your card. All those opposed, the motion does not carry.
I need him to come up and write what
Yep.
that motion was.
Will the maker of that motion please see the clerk? We need a record of this. Article 8, Capital Planning, items 1 through 6. Item 7 is eliminated. We have a motion and a second, and we've had debate. All those in favor of Article 8, Capital Planning and Investment Committee recommendation expenditures? What is the question?
You have the option of either taking a vote on Article 8 without 7 included, because that's
Okay.
twice, or just accepting the individual.
Okay. Article 8, Capital Planning and Investment Committee recommendations. We voted on items 1 through 6, and they've all passed. Article 7 did not pass. I'd like to take a vote on Articles 1 through 6 together as a single vote. All those in favor, please raise your card. Yeah. Okay. All right. You got the capital planning vote on all 7 items simply requires 1 vote. We chose to vote on each item individually, 1 through 6, and they passed. 7 did not pass. We'll move on to Article 8. I'm sorry, Article 10, Architect to... Article 9, Capital Planning and Investment Debt Payment. Speaking on the article.
Mr. Moderator, John Seeley, 20 Pinnacle Road. I move that the town transfer $270,795 from the Capital Stabilization and Investment Fund to be expended by the town treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to fund the Capital Planning and Investment Committee's debt service for fiscal 2022, with unexpended funds as of June 30th, 2022, being returned to their funding source.
Second.
Any comments?
Just a bit of perspective on this. $200,000, the majority of this article, was voted by our committee to go directly to reduce debt payments. So that gets reflected in lowering of everyone's real estate tax bills. And the other $70,795 is for prior commitments for DPW equipment, fire department equipment, and water system upgrade from prior annual town meetings.
Speaker on my right.
Terry Morton, 87 Bolton Road. Being in favor of reducing taxes, I offer a friendly amendment that the $300,000 that we just didn't spend in the previous article be transferred to this article, and the number be changed from $200,000 to $500,000. Thank you.
Second.
One issue to keep in mind on that is... mess up all the planning. Exactly. Over multiple years.
Okay, the Capital Planning Committee is not accepting that as a friendly motion. Any other discussion? Okay, on the motion, all those in favor, please raise your cards. This is Article 10, Article 9, Capital Planning and Investment Committee debt payment.
Point of order. I had a motion that was friendly, but it was rejected as a friendly. I'll rephrase it as a non-friendly motion to amendment to expend the $300,000 that we saved by the last vote, add it to this article, and reduce debt by $500,000.
Your motion is out of order. Town Council informs me that only the Capital Planning and Investment Committee can make such changes, and they've not agreed to that.
So I can't make a motion on Article 9, is what you're saying? Okay.
Okay, on Article 9, Capital Planning and Investment Committee debt payment. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, motion carries. The required 2/3 vote. Article 10, architect to assist the Permanent Building Committee and the Council on Aging. Lucy.
Lucy Wallace, Orchard Hill, Board of Selectmen. I move that the town appropriate $45,000 to be expended by the Permanent Building Committee to assist the Council on Aging in reviewing and providing schematic designs for properties that may be less expensive alternatives to providing adequate space for the Council on Aging, and a less expensive alternative to the recent Phase 2 plans entitled Harvard Hildreth House Phase 2 Connector Plans, Elevations and Cost Estimates, as designed by Lero Associates, and said appropriation be provided by transferring $45,000 from the fiscal 2020 certified free cash account.
Is there a second? On the motion, Lucy?
Well, I think the motion pretty much explains it. At last year's town meeting, it was not approved to spend the additional funds to build a building right next to the Hildreth House for the expanded needs of the Council on Aging, basically to provide a dining area, kitchen, additional meeting space. And the Council on Aging was urged to go back and think about some alternatives that might be less expensive. They spent the year considering options, including perhaps renovating an existing building elsewhere in town. And the point of this $45,000 is to help them do some initial estimating. There has been a preliminary ask around town. There are currently 3 properties that have come to the fore to our procurement officer, indicating some interest. So the hope would be that we could get a sense of what it would be to redesign a building and what the cost estimates might be without knowing exactly what the building is at this point. We have an idea of the range that we might be looking at. And then the hope would be to come back when we have an estimate for the cost of redoing this, that they could proceed with perhaps another alternative that would be cheaper than building a building right next to the Hildreth House.
Okay.
It's a very long-winded answer, sorry.
Speaker to my left.
Beth Williams, Granite View Lane. I'm currently the chair for the board for the Council on Aging. Our senior population is now approximately 28% of the town. Right, and over past year we've had COVID and our seniors have been isolated, and socialization is extremely needed. Having everything under one roof, which is what the plan we came up with after last year's defeat at town meeting, is to have everybody together, both the offices and the meeting area, to become both the senior center and the community center. We've listened to you. We're trying to come up with alternative plans, and this is what it'll cost.
Okay. Speaker to my right.
Hi, Charlotte Winchell, Slough Road, and also outreach coordinator for the Council on Aging. I'm really standing up here to echo Beth Williams and ask you all to support this. Moved here real quick, moved here 17 years ago, and it was all for my family. It was about the schools and of course the pond, and 17 years later, the joke around among a lot of my cohort with older kids is, you know, you put the graduation balloons out there on the for sale sign. Well, I can say after being here and working with the seniors in the community, I'm not putting the for sale sign out, and I'm looking at really wanting a place for our seniors to gather, the community to gather, and start to see how that's an asset of our community as well as the schools. And so I just encourage you all to vote in favor of this.
Okay, thank you.
Finding adequate space.
Speaker to my left.
Jack Whalen, 389 Still River Road. I just wanted to comment that, and actually this kind of pertains to the next question as well, that, you know, in this town we have properties that we love, and the Hildreth House is one, and Brownfield for that matter. But I think that these buildings were never intended to be municipal buildings. These buildings were intended to be houses. And we've been struggling for years. I've lived in the town for 29 years. We've been struggling all this time to try to make these buildings fit our needs for municipal space. So I think that the time right now, the best thing that we can do is sell this place, leave it as a house, and let somebody take over who can afford to maintain it and maintain it in its beauty so that we can continue to enjoy it. And that it makes sense also to look at some of the other buildings in town. I know that there's a great building that's right next to the track in town that's flat, and you know, our seniors could walk to the park if they wanted to. So I'm in favor of this motion. I think it's really important to try to find an appropriate space.
Okay, thank you. Speaker to my left.
Joe Schmidt, 290 Stowe Road. I just have a question on what we're doing here. Is it to design what's needed and then go out and look at buildings, or do you have a building in mind that you're looking at that building and saying, we'll use this money to see what has to be done to that particular building? Because won't each building have lots of different requirements? So I just have a question.
Lucy?
That's a good question, and I would say welcome to the world of procurement, because we cannot go seek a building without having the funding to actually purchase it or renovate it. So the point of this is to try to get a handle on what is the range of what it might cost if you had a single-story building that's a shell, and you're just going to put offices and a dining room and kitchens in there and things like that. But we already have the plans. We have a sense of what the Council on Aging needs. What would that kind of cost be to renovate it? Questions have been asked of the opportunity to either buy or lease to buy. So we would get a range on what we might be looking at there. And you might think of the most complicated building perhaps being a two-story building, where you might have to think about a lift, you might have to think about, are there bearing walls that you can't move, things like that. So you get the upper end of what it might cost to renovate a building. So then we can come back to the town and say, and to go to the Capital Planning Committee and to the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen and say, this is the range we're talking about. What should we be asking for of town meeting to do this next step? When we have the funds raised to go acquire the building, we will also have a basic design in mind of what we would be doing. Sorry, it's a complicated process due to procurement laws and keeping everything above board in what we know we're doing.
Okay, on the Article 10, Architect to assist the Permanent Building Committee and the Council on Aging. All those in favor, please raise your card. All those opposed, the motion carries. Every town meeting and the Select Board recognize certain individuals who've contributed mightily to the volunteer work in our town. And I'd like to pause the meeting at this point and ask the Select Board to come forward with their Citizen of Note for 2021.
And I would like to ask Bruce and Ellen Leischer to come forward, please. I will now put you through the torture of listening to why we selected you. It all started with a piece of family property on Bear Hill Pond, which gave Bruce and Ellen Leisher a reason to come to Harvard in 1998. They built their home, did some landscaping with care around it to make it part of the surrounding woodlands and the lakefront. It did not, however, take them very long to become more involved in the community. As is often the case, involvement for Ellen started when their daughter Rachel was in elementary school. Ellen participated in everything from field trips to volunteering in the classroom to assisting student clubs. As Rachel progressed through middle school and high school, so did Ellen. She became involved in the Bromfield Science Fair, recruiting volunteer judges and addressing anything else that needed attention. Ellen also volunteered with the senior projects, again organizing and finding volunteers to hear the senior presentations. Even though Rachel graduated in 2015 and moved on to college and graduate school, Ellen has continued her involvement with both the science fair and seniors projects. Ellen's involvement also continues to this day with the Bromfield School Council. Bruce quickly found a way to become involved as well, joining the Bear Hill Pond Watershed Management Committee, AKA the Pond Committee, in 21, where he quickly assumed a leadership position, which he continues to this day. He spearheaded DEP grants, one of which led to the annual water drawdowns to manage those pesky weeds and invasives. Perhaps some of you are familiar with the team he put together to install the pump to increase the level of drawdown. Working with the Conservation Commission, he saw that the Pond Committee monitored the impact of the drawdowns, not only on weed control, but also on surrounding wetlands. He actively monitors the health of the pond and was instrumental in advocating for a proactive response to last summer's algal bloom. With Rachel off at college, Ellen quickly found other groups with which to become actively engaged, including the Harvard Energy Advisory Committee, Arm in Arm, and the Community Resiliency Working Group. And actively engaged means just that. She takes on specific tasks, often assumes leadership roles on these committees. For example, she led the charge to have solar panels installed on the new elementary school roof, reaching out to our state legislators to help overcome obstacles put in her way. If there is a common theme in Bruce's and Ellen's activities, it is stewardship. Stewardship of our natural world and mentoring the next generation of stewards. If there is a common attribute to describe the Leischers, it is dedication. Dedication to their committees, community, and NSEAM projects through to completion. We are indeed fortunate that Ellen's family had a piece of land on Bear Hill Pond that drew them here in 1998. We are very proud to make you our 2020 Citizens of Note.
We have other recognitions to make, and I'll ask.
This is Lucy Wallace's final town meeting as a member of the select board after nine? How many?
21 years, 7.
Yeah, seven, 21 years. There was a gap, so not consecutive, but 21 years. I cannot say enough about how hard Lucy, get up here. How hard you have worked for this town, for the citizens, for all the various elements. It was the schools, it goes on to conservation, it was planning board, it was select board. So I think all in all, it's like 35 years of service to the town. And
We thank you. We wish you many, many happy hours when you are not at select board meetings and all the other committees. And Lucy is doing this so that she can spend more time with some of her more current, recent engagements, such as the Nashua River Shed Association, Watershed Association, and several others. I think some of my fellow board members wanted to say anything? No?
I think, Lucy, we're just going to miss all the time that you put in here, but of any of the people that puts the research in and makes it pleasant and does everything in such a diplomatic way. And so we just appreciate not only your institutional knowledge, but the way you bring issues to bear and the research that you do to make our board service easier. Thank you.
Lucy, you are officially entitled to be long-winded at this time.
I know I do tend towards that. You know that. Thank you all very much. Thank you, fellow colleagues on the select board. You'll always be the Board of Selectmen. I haven't made that transition. But I have to say that, you know, as many of you who volunteer here in the town in all different capacities know, it is really what makes this town so wonderful is the number of people that get engaged. And I would say I've gotten back, you know, tenfold, 100-fold what I've put into this town. So thank you all very much.
We have further acknowledgements, Stu?
Yes. So since this is the opportunity to have a lot of people together and hear this, we also want to recognize a few other people and organizations that have done remarkable things in the town of Harvard. So to start with, we have Lieutenant Tony Shaw. Tony's, I believe, born in town, and Tony served on the Harvard Fire Department for 40 years, and it's really quite an accomplishment. I don't believe he's here, but I did want to point that out. And the other big accomplishment is the Harvard Fire Department turned 100 years old on March 9th of this year. And it's really quite an accomplishment to have a volunteer fire department in this day and age that still continues to thrive. But just like many things in Harvard, as you've seen here today, starting the fire department wasn't exactly an easy task. So it took a major fire on the Common that burnt down the Whitcomb Reed House and the Farwell House, and thanks to the weather turning, saved the rest of the houses around the Common. And those houses were on what's now called Park Lane over here, across from the general store. So that happened in 1917. 4 years later, the department was officially formed. The first fire station ever built is still in Harvard. What a shock. It's next to Town Hall. It was built for $6,000, and it's gone through a number of iterations. Now it's the Forestry Truck Building and the Town Vault Building. And in 1948, the Still River Fire Station was completed, and that still stands also on Still River Road. So thanks to all the men and women of the Harvard Fire Department for keeping us safe and really proving even in 2021 a volunteer fire department still does work. And the last announcement on the front corner of the Common, right across from the general store, which used to be the World War II monument. The World War II monument has undergone a restoration now. The rededication will be sometime this fall, date to be determined, but that monument now is going to represent every war after World War II, so Korean War, Vietnam, and the Gulf conflicts. And I want to thank, there were a number of course, volunteers that have helped with that. The Historic Commission was very instrumental. The Veterans Agent, Mike Detillion, was very helpful in getting that done. Residents who donated to help get that done, and we got a big state grant to help with that. No taxpayer dollars were put into that per se. And the War Monument Restoration Committee, which is chaired by John Schoenberg and consists of him, John Lee, Pat Jennings, Steve Cronin, and Tim Schmoyer. And I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. And that monument, again, will be done, and everyone that served, that lived in Harvard, his name should be on it. If you have a relative that's name isn't on it, get in touch with the town administrator, and he'll pass it along to the appropriate people. And thank you.
Okay, back to our agenda. Article 11, disposition of Bromfield House building and property. Rick.
Rich. Rich Maori, 50 Slough Road, Board of Selectmen. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town, A, authorize the Select Board to sell the building at 39 Massachusetts Avenue, Harvard, Massachusetts, known as the Bromfield House, provided that any such sale is consummated by May 15, 2023. And B, transfer $50,000 from fiscal year 2020 certified free cash to expend by the Select Board for the costs related to the sale of the said building, which funds shall be returned to funding source if they are not expended by May 15, 2023.
Is there a second? Second.
So, Mr. Moderator, last October, the town asked we create a committee to explore the use of the Bromfield House and its disposition. December 15th, we started that committee with a representative from the school committee, Susan Mary Redinger, representative from the Historic Commission, Pam Marston, representative of the Select Board, myself, and 3 citizens at large, Bill Ferentz, Stephen Ford, and Pat Jennings. And we met from December 15th to March 23rd. The first step we did was do a quick survey among the town, crowdsourcing ideas. Thank you for everyone who participated. We had more than 200 submissions of ideas, everything from a bar and grill to making it a dog park, and everything in between. And it was great ideas that we got in. The second step we did then is to vet through all those ideas. And then we did a second survey, and that survey was a little more focused. It was, do we want to keep the house and the do you want to sell the property and the land, the house and the property, or do we want to remove the house but keep the land? So we asked that question in the survey, and the responses came back almost unanimous in the sense of quite split, strong, and it's in the report that we handed out today, but 39% were in favor of keeping the property. Actually, let me pull it up while I have it in front of me. To the question of should we retain ownership of the land for the community benefit but relocate the house, 23% strongly disagreed and 34% strongly agreed. But before you go making any assumptions, we asked a similar question, should we sell the house and land to a private buyer? To it, 29% strongly agreed and 33% strongly agreed. Where I'm going with this is we got a lot of direction and not all of it pointing in the same place. So the board then looked at all the different possibilities. We got input from town administrators, other town administrators on what to do with property that is so close to the center of the town, but also right next to the school. And on March 23rd, the committee voted 4-2 to retain the land and find a relocation for the home. We put a 2-year limit on that, and after 2 years, if the home is not sold, we would come back to the drawing board. Then we shared that recommendation with the Select Board, and the Select Board voted to accept that recommendation 4-1.
Okay.
So I'm here to take questions because I know there's a lot of moving pieces to this and a lot of thoughts.
Now, anticipate questions extensively. So what I'd like to remind the speakers is to make your questions direct. And if you have a comment, also make your comments clear and of benefit to town meeting, and I'll reserve my right to limit debate if need be. Speaker to my left.
Hi, Brad Bessie, Westcott Road. Rich, just had a question. Generally, I'm in favor of this. I mean, I don't think, as much as I love that building and it's historic, I just don't think town should be selling town land, any town land. I guess my only question is, without really knowing what the intended use is of the space if the house is moved, it does make it a little bit ambiguous. You're sort of rolling, like, I would be in favor of like a ball field, but not for a dog park, right, as an example. So is there any idea of a plan or what concrete uses there could be that could help, I guess, sway people one way or the other that might be on the fence?
Rich?
Yeah.
It would be used for educational purposes as aligned with the will of, not Mrs. Bromfield, though it,
intended use of the property.
yes,
Intended
sorry, her name blanked on me. So it would have to be used for educational purposes, so it could not be, it would be a stretch to say dog park, and we've had town council give us his reading of the will, and that's what it would have to be, something aligned with educational use.
Or the schools or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Speaker to my right.
Billy Salter, Elm Street. Mr. Moderator, could you clarify whether this means that the building must be sold and cannot, for example, in this 2-year period be torn down? The reason I ask is I'm in favor of the town retaining the land. Even though it's an old building, it's not, like the old library, for example. It's not a swell old building. But will we, if nobody buys the building and hauls it off, will we 2 years from now be faced with a version of this same discussion asking for permission to tear it down, or what? Thank you.
Really, I think that's been answered. I think that the study process would begin again.
Yeah, Billy, we put a 2-year window there because to move that building will take some thinking, some timing, and some money. So the 2-year window is to allow for that. I don't think, and I speak for the rest of the committee, the Bromfield House Committee, none of us want to see it demolished. So that's why we put the 2-year window in there to see that. If we cannot sell it and have it moved within 2 years, we'd come back to this town meeting and, okay, good.
Speaker on my left.
Nathan Finch, Codman Hill Road. I just wanted to clarify because it's a little confusing to me. The article says dispose of the land and/or house, but the motion is just for the house. Is this correct? I want to make sure that we're talking about just selling the house and we expect a person to pick it up and move it somewhere else.
Yeah, it just covers, Nate, it just covers the house.
Okay.
Speaker on my right.
Tony Schwarzkopf, South Shaker Road. That was my first question. My second question was, what do you think the probability is that someone is actually going to buy a house and physically move it? Like, what do you, just ballpark, what do you give the chances that that's going to happen in the next 2 years versus, I think someone else originally said, selling the whole thing and letting it become a private residence again?
Yeah, it's a question we asked as a committee. It's a big house. We got small roads. I kind of want to see how this is going to happen. We did get 2 inquiries already, and we haven't even really promoted it at all in terms of the availability of the house to be relocated. So I would put the odds higher than 50-50 that we could find someone with the means and the will and the desire to move it.
Under this tent?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Is that person under this tent, out of curiosity?
No.
Okay.
Don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Speaker to my left.
Bob O'Shea, Old Littleton Road. Personally, I want to make sure the house doesn't get torn down, so I'm for moving it or selling it. But I was asked as a Park and Rec, what's our future needs And I just wanted to give to the crew, we get requests periodically for different things, and in just the short time I've been the chair, we've been asked about, hey, the pickleball craze is growing, we need some additional tennis courts, right, to do the pickleball on. We had a 4th or 5th grader write a nice letter to the town administrator asking for a skate park, skateboard park, right? There's a group right now trying to put together what's called a pump track, which is basically a mountain bike trail in the woods, kind of in a circle. It's very similar to a skate park. So there are various things. We don't have a current plan. Our biggest need is a rectangular field. As I mentioned earlier, we have a huge, we're over capacity and we need a rectangular field. We've looked at that property, won't fit. It is funny, that piece of property though is diamond shaped. It goes back into the corner all the way to Fairbanks through the woods there. And we did have at the elementary school 2 full-sized softball fields, plus the one at Ann Lee. So this town had 2.5 softball fields. The ones at the elementary had obstacles in them, like swing sets and culverts and stuff, so they weren't technically MIAA approved, but they were full size, and our youth and our adult softball, there's been a pickup adult softball group for 40 years was using that fields. So, I took I took that lot and laid out, could a softball field fit into the diamond shape? And technically it can, coming with the home base way off in the corner, and it's 375 feet to get to the street. So it's you'd have to have somebody really study that, some engineering firm. But those are the only ideas. I'm done.
I'm going to interrupt. The motion is really not the use of the land, as Rich indicated. That would come back to town meeting.
I'm answering the question. I'm trying to respond to the first speaker who asked what the possible questions are. So I'm done. That's all we have. We don't have a current plan whatsoever for Parks and Rec, but those are some things that we're being asked for.
Speaker to my right.
Thanks, Bob.
Yes, Peter Warren, 52 Lancaster County Road, Harvard. Long time ago, and I think maybe Lucy might remember, but the Hildreth house was a situation of what to do with it. And I remember distinctly former selectman Mario Bava and Mac Henry saying, we don't sell anything in the center of town. We keep all our buildings and everything because you never know what's going to come down the trail, and we're going to need a place, a use for that building. So I highly support what Mario and Mac said then, and I don't think this building or property should be sold. Thank you.
Speaker to my left.
Jim Lee, East Bear Hill Road. What we're really being asked to vote on today is to destroy the house, basically. The house, it's very unlikely that a house that size is going to move anywhere in town except on a wide main road. So basically, we're voting to punt this down the road 2 years until the house falls into disrepair when you cannot sell it. And then you're going to say, well, we have a wreck of a house. Well, we got to destroy it. So we're essentially voting to destroy it. I don't think that we're going to get any value out of moving it. Keeping land in the center of town is nice, but destroying a historic house, an architectural house, is important to the town. It's the gateway, the south gateway to the town. We have other land in town next to the school that we can utilize. Has not been utilized. I just don't see the value of trying to keep an open parcel of land for no reason that can be identified. The committee looked at it. The committee worked very hard at this. They asked, is there any need for this 5 years down the road? We can't think of anything. 10 years down the road? We can't really think of anything. 20? Can't really think of anything. The value is in keeping the house, the architectural house, taking the proceeds for that, putting it back into the town, into the Brownfield Trust, and getting revenue from the tax base that's there. I don't see why we need to tear down a historic, architectural, valuable property in the center of town. Thank you.
Speaker to my right.
Charles Oliver, Simon Atherton Row. Just a few concerns. I'm against this article as written. I think it's important that we protect historic town buildings in town. The building has been an important part, as a few other people have mentioned, of the entrance to the town as well as its history linking to our schools. Another issue that is coming up, and we've spoken about it a couple of times today, has been our need to generate revenue. There is a new committee that's being created in town, the Revenue Ideation Committee, and the top thing on that list of sources of possible revenue, either one-time or repeating revenue, is selling town land. That was the first thing on the list of the Revenue Ideation Committee formation document. So I think that this is probably a really good place to start. Especially when you consider we're voting to spend $50,000 to remove the utilities and to fill the basement hole, to then leave it as a flat piece of land for X number of years. The opportunity cost for keeping this property is quite high. In addition to the lost revenue of selling the land, the house and the land together, and then foregoing the future property tax revenue, we have to look at what it's going to cost to actually prepare this piece of land for any priority or any use in the future. I mean, flattening that humped piece of land out in order to make a ball field is going to be quite expensive, and we've just decided not to spend $300,000 as an investment in our town to try and build up our commercial tax base. I think that the idea that we're going to spend some very large amount of money in order to prepare that land for some future unidentified use is very unlikely. I would point out that we don't always not sell town land. The housing at Hildreth plan from a few years ago, we were going to sell a rather large property adjacent to the Hildreth House and Town Hall. And so I think that the criteria for making the decisions whether or not we do sell town land or not seems to sometimes shift depending on the particular instance. Let's see. And yeah, I think that's all I have. But I think it's an important, I think the opportunity cost of keeping this land with no identified purpose, the opportunity cost is too great. We're foregoing the sale price of the house and land, and also ongoing tax revenue.
Next speaker to my left.
Hi, Rebecca Wright, Air Road. I just have a question about what is going to happen if this fails. Like, what's the next step?
The select board would meet again and come back probably in fall with another idea or this same idea. But it would come back. Nothing will happen with the house without town meeting approval. But that would be the next step, which we probably show up in the fall with, again, this or something different regarding the house.
Are there carrying costs for, putting this off?
The house will be used by Shawmut, which is the folks who are building. Rather than use a trailer, they're going to use the house until October. And after October, then there will be cost for insurance on the house that would cost the town, yes.
Okay, and also there was the question raised about how the article says the land and/or the improvements, and it was clarified that we're not selling the land at this point, but could that be changed in the article? The word land taken out? Because it sounds right now like we're voting on selling the land, unless I'm misreading it. Dispose of the land and/or the improvements thereon, known as the Brownfield House.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So sorry for the confusion, but it's only meant to be the house, not the land.
So just when we vote on it, we could take that off, the word land?
Hang on. I got two things in my ear.
Okay.
What do you want? To sell the building, period. Okay.
I'm not going to.
Yeah. So, again, if you look at the motion A, it is to sell the building. So I thought we were being clear.
Okay, I'm sorry if I misunderstood. No, I think it's poorly worded.
Okay.
I mean, that's why we're, thank you.
Hang on. Mark's getting that consternated look on his face. All right.
Speaker to my right.
Different from what's printed in the warrant book.
Speaker over here, on my right.
Well, I was here for that point initially, saying that the wording of this actually specifies the land to dispose of the land and/or the improvements thereon known as Bromfield House. So that's very confusing wording to say that.
I got that. Thank
Okay.
you. Oh, the motion I was given to read to you all didn't include is not what is written in the
Yeah,
the
but
book.
if we're voting on this, we're
Yeah,
voting
so
on
we gotta
land.
get it right. You're right.
Okay.
You're right.
It also doesn't specify anything about the detail of the land. You know, we've heard a little bit talked about it from Park and Rec, but
Okay.
I've never heard of how much land is it, or what does that parcel look like,
Got
or.
it. Well,
but-
two
but-
things. Let's get this clear, because the motion I read is not what's in the book, and it sounds like the book's confusing, so we'll get that clear. Second, the land is about 1.2 acres, roughly. It goes somewhat in a triangle from Mass Ave back to the back of the road, I guess the back of Fairbanks Street, that back behind there. It includes some wetlands closer to the school and farther back. And
So it's directly abutting the school land completely?
That's correct.
So it would extend the school land. It's not as, it could be considered one parcel at some point, as opposed to a separate parcel.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
abuts the school land,
Yeah.
yes.
Sorry, Belinda Friedrich,
No,
Littleton Road. I
keep
didn't
it going.
introduce myself. And my question was related to that, but this town is known for open space, rural, we're very proud of that. And it's also about charm. And it's very hard to tell what it's going to look like over there. Not that the new building isn't beautiful, it is, but it's not typically what we have in town in terms of historic or going back to our roots. And it's hard to know what the new building will look like when the old building, I assume it's getting taken down.
Correct.
So it's very hard to visualize what are we looking at. But I worry that parking is going to become a prominent interest. And I don't want to have a huge parking lot be what we end up with. And that's sometimes what we also look at for open land. So I'm not sure what the rush is to make this decision without really being able to know what it's going to look like at the end and what we might need or be able to use that Bromfield House for. Anyway,
Okay.
it's not really a question, it's just, I'm not sure what the rush is. Is there a rush? I mean, is it because...
Again, the property the house will cease to be used come October. So we were hoping to get a head start on identifying.
But is there a reason for why it's not used? I mean, like, there are...
For other purposes,
Yeah.
it does require a lot of inside work to fix up to make it, if you were to make it a house, a home.
So it's been deemed unusable.
It hasn't been deemed unusable. There's not a use for it.
Yeah.
Does that help? I'm not.
Well, I was just curious as to, we talk about looking for space in town and needing space for things, but then we don't seem to use what we have.
All right, please,
Okay.
we need to move this
So it's all about
along.
an elevator.
Are you through? Okay. Speaker to my left.
I'm Ethan Pride from 14 Air Road. As I understand, the motion is to sell or get rid of the house only and separate it from the land. I think this is a very bad idea. My calculation is that the house and land together are worth about $800,000, let's say, plus there's maybe some tax revenue comes to us, collect a little closer to $900,000. If you just sell the house, people are not going to give you the fair value of the house. Even the fair value of the house after you take away the moving costs, which might be another couple $100,000. Plus you lose the $100,000 of tax revenue, plus you have to pay apparently $50,000 to remediate it, plus if you're going to turn it into something useful, which we don't even know what it is yet, that's going to cost more. So I feel like they're sort of saying we're willing to eat $300,000 to $400,000 of value out of a $900,000 property just to keep it a space we might want to do something with sometime. That seems like incredibly expensive to me. It just doesn't seem to make sense financially. So for me, it makes sense to like sell the house and the land together, let somebody fix it up, keep it nice. That would be a better use of and be more fiscally responsible for our town. Just wondering, did we ever consider making a referendum on this with those being the two choices, selling it together, keeping it, selling it separately, or keeping onto it, holding onto it? Seems like that'd be a good way to do things.
Yeah, that's not the motion that we have before us.
No, I was asked, that was a question to ask, but I was just voicing my opposition.
Okay. Speaker to my right.
Yeah, so that's a good lead-in, actually, because Tony Schwarzkopf, South Shaker Road again, I was actually going to ask to confirm some of those numbers. Do you have a fair market value, to your point, actually, fair market value of the house if someone were to move it, what would you expect to sell it for, and a fair market value of if someone were to buy it and fix it up? And then the third number, presumably someone fixes it up and moves in, what would the estimated tax on that property be if it was a private residence again?
Rick,
do we know those numbers?
Yeah, so we asked 3 realtors in town about the estimated value of the house to sell and then get fixed up and have someone that. One estimate was $800,000, one estimate was $760,000 to $850 as a range, and the other was $450. So you can play those numbers.
So to clarify, $800,000 if it's sold as a unit and then someone fixes it up, $450 if you were just selling the house?
No, sorry. We asked 3 realtors to sell the house as is, so it could be a private residence, and we got 3 different estimates.
Okay.
Ranging from top 850 to the low of 450.
Okay.
Estimated tax value would be between $10,000 and $12,000 a year.
And you said you're 50-50 on selling the house alone. What would your estimated, what would you sell the house for if someone were to have to haul it away, like rebuild it somewhere else?
We don't know those costs yet, but they would be nominal. Again, the most expensive piece would be moving the house. So I don't know how much we would get for the house as is to be moved, but we'd be asking for something. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Speaker to my left.
Nathan Finch, Codman Hill Road. So in the motion it says $50,000 to fill in the hole and fix everything up. From what I've heard, that's a high watermark guess. That is not like based on what we know is going to have happen. If we are not unlucky, we can maybe just dump dirt in the hole for $3,000, cap off the utilities, and it would not be anywhere near $50,000. This is just, it's money we got because if it does sell and there's like asbestos in the basement that needs to be abated, then we need to be able to fix that. In addition, once the house is empty, we will have to pay insurance on it for an abandoned building, which I've been told is about $12,000 a year in insurance. So we can't really just leave it there and hope it'll be fine because it costs kind of a lot of money. I am in favor of retaining this very valuable land right next to our school, across from this very field. It is a part of the town center, and I would not want to see it sold off to a one-time highest bidder, because that is very short-sighted. We'd get some money short-term, but then that's gone for forever, and we lose most of the control over what we can do with it. And finally, there was people talking like, there's no use for this land. We just had Bob O'Shea come up and say, here's a bunch of things we could use this for that people have asked him about. There are uses for this land. No, it's not free. Nothing in life is free. But we've known that we needed more space for the kids. We lost the softball fields, as we were talking about. That was a big deal with the new school. Maybe one could fit there, maybe not, but it's still more space right next to our school that we know that we wanted. This is not destroying the house, despite what people say. This is just an opportunity to save the house. Save it. It'll be moved somewhere else, probably nearby. So it's not going to go away. And if no one wants to buy it, we'll come back here and argue about it again in 2 years. But let's at least give it the opportunity to have someone who loves the house come and take it, save it, and then we don't lose that very valuable land. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sensing some repetition here. There are 4 people in this line and 4 in this line. I'd like to end debate after these speakers have had their chance. Susan Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Susan Mary, Redinger, Ayer Road. I just wanted to underscore one point that really hasn't been made, in that the expectation of anywhere between $400,000 to $800,000 in revenue has some question around it, so it's not in a slam dunk that the town will see those monies available for town use. So the Bromfield trustees and the town disagree. So it is potential that the Bromfield trustees, the legal counsel will need to go to court. Our town council has told us that the town would ultimately prevail, but the Bromfield trustees, town council, or council completely disagrees. So it will need to go to court. We'll need to expend some monies to have this settled in a legal manner, but it is possible that the judge could rule, as the Bromfield trustees have stated so emphatically, eloquently, and repeatedly, that we may not see any money, any revenue from the sale of that house. To buy that level of land for town use, that is right here. We could combine an educational senior youth center. We could mold something. Just because we don't have an identified use for it now doesn't mean that it couldn't be something extraordinary there. So it's a risk that you're going to take if we say that we're going to see monies from the sale of that house. Thank you.
Speaker to my left, Stu.
Stu Sklar, Scott Road. Just to interject a couple of facts, I agree with everything Susan Mary just said, but that house is not in the town historic district. So to say it's a historic house, I say I'm a tall guy. Not really true, but okay. And we have no tear down bylaw. I'd be tempted to buy a house for $400,000 and knock it down in the center of town. So you can't say it's going to stay what it is even if we sell the house to a private buyer. And last point was every time I walk by the firehouse, which we just talked about, our fire department, every time I walk by the firehouse up on the hill there, I curse the people 45 years ago, probably at this meeting, or the town leaders, for not being forward-thinking. They built a building that we're going to have to redo now because you can't add a second floor to it. And times change. I don't know what that piece of property should be, but it's next to our school. It's something, as the first speaker, Peter Warren, said, we should keep land that's adjacent to land we already own in the center of town, because you just don't know.
Speaker to my right.
Brent Ferguson, 11 Willow Road. I want to make an amendment to include the land with the house out of the house. I think so that really the amendment is to vote on the article as it is written in the warrant.
I'm sorry, what is your amendment?
Brent Ferguson.
No, your amendment.
The amendment is to have the warrant written as it is written in the warrant.
What am I missing?
So the amendment is to add land to the sale of the house.
What is the amendment? Okay. Okay. So Brent, your motion is to add and make it clear that the vote is to sell the building and the land.
Yes, so that,
Okay.
really, it's as written in the warrant.
Yes. Okay.
I don't know how you write the amendment.
Right. Okay, but the amendment that's been offered is to sell the building and the land.
Yes.
Is there a second to that? Second. Okay, Brent, could you come up and write down your... Actually, it's written, apparently, in... Okay. Apparently, the motion has been printed in two forms. And so what Brent is asking town meeting to do is to vote on the amendment as printed in today's handout. No. Okay. Okay, so we have an amendment. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so there's some confusion about exactly how the article was written, but what we'll vote on is clarification, is a vote to sell the building and the land. And we have a second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Well,
main motion to add the land to the building.
okay.
Okay, so that's a majority vote. If that passes, then the main motion is amended. It still concurs. Is that clear?
No, you need two votes, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
You're amending, okay, someone made a motion to amend the motion on the floor.
Okay.
Motion on the floor is to sell just the building.
Right.
The motion to amend is to add
The land.
building and land.
The land be sold with the house.
Right, okay.
Doesn't the select board have to accept this? You have the opportunity to accept it, a friendly amendment or not.
Without a vote. If you accept it, there's no vote. You don't accept it? Okay. All right, so what we're voting on now is an amendment to the motion that adds the land to the motion. So the vote you'll be asked to take now is to sell both the building and the land as an amendment to the original motion, which will require another vote. Yes.
That it would be as written in the warrant. The amendment was that it would be as written in the warrant.
It was...
As written in the warrant includes and or. In other words, as written in the warrant still makes possible the unlikely sale of the house only. So I just want to be clear on what the amendment is saying, although I'm sure I think it's a bad idea, whatever it says. Because I think we should keep the land.
Thank you, Billy. That clears it up. But a motion has been made, and it is written by a member of this meeting to amend Article 11 to include the land, notwithstanding where it was written in an early version of the warrant articles, whatever. All right. Is that clear? We're voting on an amendment. There's some guy, that's Brent Ferguson. Billy? Okay. Is that, got the correct wording, or the amended wording?
And then go right there with.
Okay. Okay. All right, the motion, what is your point of order?
I just want to clarify, Greg Stoddard, Old Littleton Road, the vote we're about to take is not going to decide what we do with the house or land. The vote we're about to take is to change the wording of the question.
Correct. That is correct.
So this vote does not decide what to do with the land. It
That's
decides
correct.
what to do with the wording of the question.
The original article has been amended. We are voting on the amendment to the original article. Okay. So the motion will be, the amended motion is, I move that the town of Harvard, A, authorize the select board to sell the building and the land at 39 Massachusetts Avenue. Is that clear? All right, any comments, questions over here to my left?
So now we can speak to this proposed amendment for, to amend what's on the
Yes.
the warrant article. Okay.
Yes, specifically to add the land. That is what you are speaking to.
Jesse Panic, West Bear Hill Road. I would like to speak against this proposed amendment because a lot of people have spent a lot of time trying to decide what to do and looking at the options. And I think trying to change this on the floor of town meeting is a bad idea because the reasons that we are proposing is keeping the land for the town for some future purpose. They don't make more land, is fundamentally my argument for keeping land. I'm with those people like Peter Warren. You don't get rid of land. There are many historic houses in this town, and that's just one more. So I love historic houses. I live in an old historic house, but I don't think that we can hope to maintain them all. And by selling this house and land together, you are giving up control over it, and someone could tear it down and put something that you think is monstrous, a monstrosity there in the place,
All
unless
right,
you
you've
have a
made your
deed
point.
restriction.
Over here, is there a comment to my right?
Yes, Steve Finnegan, Oak Hill Road. Mr. Moderator, I was here to vote no on 11. I think I'm here to support the previous speaker's amendment here. What we're really being asked today by the Select Board is to forego the opportunity to keep this, to sell this building on that property, to maintain a beautiful house in a beautiful part of town. And for some reason, we are now aligning ourselves with the single most remote possibility, which is to move a house, a huge house, somewhere else. That's a very remote, in my mind, a very remote possibility. It's far more likely you could put a sign out there right now, say for sale, and you'd maximize the value to the community, keeping that beautiful building in a beautiful spot in this town. I've been around long enough to know that the Harvard Conservation Trust years ago went to the school committee and asked them if they'd be interested in any of the buildings up Mass Ave on that island. And at the time, the school committee had no interest in the trust doing that. So I'm here to vote to preserve that building. To sell it is the only way to preserve it. And I think that represents the best value to our community. And I probably should have said earlier, I am on the Brownfield Trustees, but I'm here speaking as a person not representative. Thank you.
Speaker to my left.
Cynthia Dumser, Cedar Ledge Road. I agree with Mr. Finnegan, but I'd also like to say that I understand that the town also owns a piece of property next to what used to be Dr. Hammond's dental office, which is right across the street from this house, exactly. Could it be moved there and sold as a residence, so then you've also got your property right next to the school? Thank you.
Okay. I don't think there's an answer. That's not the amendment before us is to sell the land. And please, when you're speaking, address yourself to that specific point. Speaker to my right.
Have we actually accepted that amendment that it is to, yeah, we have not.
I'm sorry, what did?
We haven't accepted the amendment. I would fully support the amendment, and I'm up here to speak about supporting keeping the house and the land together and selling it. However, I think right now, we're trying to decide whether we've changed that article to say we're selling the house and the land together. Have we actually voted
Yeah.
on that?
That is the only question before us right now.
Okay, well, yes, I think we should make that amendment.
Okay, speaker to my left.
Nathan Finch, Codman Hill Road. I'll say the same thing that I said when they wanted to sell the land up by Hildreth House. We only have so much land that belongs to the town in the center of town, and saying no is temporary. We can always revisit it, but once we say yes, it's gone for forever. And no, and saying yes to sell land is permanent. Please don't sell our town land.
Okay. Is there another speaker on my right?
Carrie Green, Oak Hill Road. Can I support the amendment? Can I add to the amendment to add covenants to the building so it doesn't get torn down? I mean, we have other buildings in this town that have been gifted to the town with covenants. Can we add the word with restrictions and covenants to this amendment?
Any other method of disposition?
Because, you know, right now, it's a house and a piece of land with a lot of history, and once you take the house and move it somewhere else, it's just a house. And right now, it's so much more, and I think it should be preserved and allowed to be a residence.
Okay. We need to vote on this amendment.
Can I add to that amendment?
No, we need to vote on this amendment, and then you may offer a further amendment.
Yeah, that's what I want to, preservation restriction of the house.
Speaker to my left.
I move the question.
Okay, two-thirds vote. Okay, all right, the question has been moved. This requires, is there a second? Okay, this is to terminate debate on the amendment. Requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor of terminating debate, please raise your card. All those opposed? Debate is terminated. On the amendment to the article, all those in favor, let me pause for a minute. Does it require a two-thirds vote? Majority of vote on the amendment. The motion is, I'll read I move that the town of Harvard authorize the select board to sell the building and land, which is the addition, the amendment, at 39 Massachusetts Avenue. And the rest of the amendment is unchanged. The amendment is merely to add the land. Okay, on the motion, please raise your, all in favor, raise your card. Opposed? The amendment fails. On the main motion, Article 11, disposition of Brownfield House building and property, requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor, please raise your card. Okay. Would you like us to read the motion again, the original motion? Is that okay? Rich, would you do the honors?
I gave you my card. Okay, gang, here we go. I move the town, A, authorize the select board to sell the building at 39 Massachusetts Avenue, Harvard, Massachusetts, known as the Bromfield House, provided that such a sale is consummated by May 15, 2023. And B, transfer $50,000 from fiscal year 2020 certified free cash to be expended by the select board for the costs related to the sale of said building, which funds shall be returned to their funding source if they're not expended by May 15th, 2023. We clear?
Speaker to my right.
ask you, because I got up to speak to that article and got sidetracked by the amendment. So I would like to speak to that article.
Please state your name. And
this is Bev Rodriguez on Old Littleton Road.
Thank you. No, we moved the question on the amendment. Go ahead.
Okay. I said this article is carefully written, well, maybe I was wrong about that, to avoid giving us the opportunity to vote on other specific options for the house and land. It is either yes, let the town move ahead with the removal of the house, or no, go back to square one. That is a frustrating choice, and I think we need to not let ourselves be enticed into a yes vote just to be done with the issue. There's a viable option to sell the house and property intact to a private owner, and people have offered that as well. And the Bromfield House Committee freely admits that half of the respondents to the surveys preferred that option. Because there is that option, I would suggest that this is what the current article really asks of us. Do we, the people of this town, vote to forfeit a potential $500,000 income from a sale of the property intact to a private owner, that money to be put directly toward education, maybe not directly to the town itself, but toward education, as per the will of the donor? To forfeit a potential $10,000 a year income directly to the town from taxes on that property, and to spend $50,000 referred to in the article to reclaim the land, a figure that does not include whatever expense there might be to convert it to some actual useful purpose. In other words, do we vote to essentially spend over $500,000 in order to remove or destroy an historic landmark, a gift to the town from a woman with true foresight and commitment to the community, in order to gain the property on which it sits for some undetermined purpose? Please vote no on this article and let the work toward a proper solution continue, frustrating as that may be. If we make the mistake of voting yes, there is no undoing it and returning that historic property to its place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, I limited debate the last time. I'll allow this speaker and that speaker, and we're done. Speaker to my left.
Ben Guthrow, Fairbank Street. I move the question.
Okay. That's also viable. Is there a second? Okay. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of terminating debate, please raise your card. All those opposed? Debate is terminated. On the article, disposition of Bromfield House building and property. All those in favor, raise your card. I'm sorry. Disposition of Bromfield House building and property. What am I? This is.
To sell the building.
Oh.
This is the one we're going on.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. On the motion to sell the Bromfield House, all those in favor, please raise your card. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those opposed? The motion fails. Yeah. Article 12. free cash stabilization. Don Ludwig.
Don Ludwig, East Bear Hill Road, member of the Finance Committee. I move that the town transfer $578,554 from the fiscal year 2020 certified free cash account to the general stabilization account in accordance with Chapter 17, Section 17.4 of the Town Code.
Is there a second? Don, on the motion?
So this is our annual just topping off of our stabilization account. So we move enough free cash into that in order to get it at the prescribed level that we have set by town meeting vote. So this is just moving, and that amount this year is the $578,554.
Discussion? All those in favor, this requires a majority vote. Please raise your card. All those opposed, motion carries. Article 13, transfer. You're about to have that explained. Article 13, transfer from certified free cash to the Capital Stabilization and Investment Fund. Don?
I move that the town transfer $842,034 from the fiscal year 2020 certified free cash account to the Capital Stabilization and Investment Fund in accordance with Chapter 17, Section 17.4 of the Town Code.
Is there a second? Don?
So this is moving the remaining free cash into the Capital Stabilization Fund, which was also something voted on at town meeting. That's what we do. And this is the remaining funds after we moved and topped off the stabilization account. The remaining funds are $842,034.
Okay. On the motion, all those in favor, please raise your card. All those opposed, the motion carries. Article 14, Capital Planning and Investment Committee Fiscal Year 2022 Debt Recommendation. Lucy.
Lucy Wallace, Board of Selectmen, Orchard Hill. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $676,134 to become combined with funds $480,000 appropriated under Article 23, Number 3 of the warrant of the annual town meeting of May 2019 to be expended by the Select Board to completely replace the roof and gutter system and repair all identified masonry issues in the exterior envelope of the old town library, and to provide for said appropriation by authorizing the town treasurer with the approval of the Select Board to borrow said sum of money pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, contingent upon the passage of a Proposition 2 1/2 debt exclusion ballot question at the May 18, 2021 annual town election.
We have a motion and a second. On the motion, speaker to my right.
Do you want me to speak to this first?
Oh, excuse me, Lucy, yes. Please.
Yeah. First off, you will notice in the warrant book what the figure was for the borrowing was $876,134. For those of you who hadn't heard, in January, the Select Board, with the great help of Chris Ryan, our Director of Community and Economic Development, and Mark Micatarian and Willie Wickman from Five Sparks, submitted an application to the Massachusetts Cultural Council Capital Fund, and we learned on Thursday afternoon, I believe, that we had been awarded $200,000 from this fund. So that is why the amount being borrowed or being requested at this point has been reduced. So thank you, Mass Cultural Council. Thank you to Chris Ryan, and thank you to Five Sparks for helping us get that application together. And I'd like to remind you that we were only able to apply for those funds because of the tenant. These are funds that are made available to a community arts program, and if we didn't have that tenant in the building, we would not have been able to get the funding. So it's a very much of a partnership that works for the town. I'll just give you a few little pointers. The current slate roof is about 135 years old. They last a very, very long time, but it is past its age. There's been roof leakage going on and been evident on the interior of the building for many, many years, and it just has not been properly addressed. There's been patching that doesn't really solve the problem. An estimate that was obtained earlier in 2018 to repair some of the roof was the basis for that borrowing of the $480,000. We thought that's all we would need to do. The Permanent Building Committee that would be responsible for this project before they undertook it said they would like to have a more complete assessment done of the building. The town retained the services of Gale Associates, and they issued a report in November of 2019 that greatly detailed the level of problem we have up there and the need to replace all of the slate. They said more than 20% of the roof needed to be replaced, and when you're doing that much slate replacement, you should do the whole building. There's also problems with the gutters, there are problems with the downspouts, there's problems with the design of the building, which is beautiful, has the gutters right up against the brick masonry. Water flows behind the gutters, gets down into the brick masonry, and makes its way into the building. So they were recommending that we also repair the brick coursework behind the gutters, replace the gutters. It's a big, comprehensive job, but it will seal the envelope of the building. The selectmen have endorsed this option, and they believe it is for the investment the town would be making now, it is the best return for the long-term nature of this investment. We'll probably get another 100 years out of this new roof. How many people get 100 years out of the roof on their house? Not me. So we have, with this comprehensive report, found that the cost obviously was going to go up, and factoring in soft costs such as architectural drawings and insurance and things like that, it became about a $1.3 million project. So that is why we're combining the funds that were appropriated before, the funds that we hopefully will appropriate today and at the town ballot on Tuesday. With the $200,000 we just got from the state, we will be able to fix this historic roof and historic building. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Speaker to my right.
Billy Salter, Elm Street. First, I want just some very quick math. At $376,000 and change, this is a little under $35 per household in increased taxes per year. It's a little less than $3 per household per month, so that's not a lot of money. As everyone, I hope, agrees about that building, it's a fabulous building. I just want to note what I know, what some observers might interpret as cynicism in what the Capital Planning and Investment Committee recommended. They want a detailed analysis of all the stuff that needs to be done and plans for the building in the future. Now, detailed analysis, that's good. Is that for me? Thank you. Detailed analysis is good, plans are good. But if we defer this for a year, or worse, for 2 years, we know what's going to happen to that building. It is going to incur much more cost. We're going to be able to see it, perhaps literally, because the brickwork, crumble before our eyes. And that would be a terrible thing, and we shouldn't do it, and we should vote to fix the damn roof finally. Thank you.
Speaker to my left.
Hi. Ooh, gee, too much. Cara Minar, Still River Road. I wanted to share a couple of different things about what this building means in our town and a little bit of the history that we all value so much. And we have it on our town seal, but aside from that, just to give folks just a wee bit of history from Joe Terrio, who was our former chairman of the Historic Commission, in an article for Historic Harvard. In the summer of 1887, 15 years after the town built its present town hall, the people of Harvard gathered in the upper town hall to listen to Warren Hapgood speak. He was a well-accomplished merchant and a well-regarded traveler and citizen of Harvard. The elegant building was constructed in brick masonry and slate roofing. It was designed by a native of Harvard, Mass., William Channing Whitney, a famed architect, who donated his services. Whitney chose the Romanesque Revival architecture, which included a semicircular arch as a key element. The building cost more than $10,000 at completion. It was funded in part from a major gift from the Sawyer family, and $3,500 from the people of Harvard, and $2,500 from Warren Hapgood. And Hapgood wrote, "I congratulate you, ladies and gentlemen, heartily upon the acquisition of so desirable a benefaction, not wholly the gift of others, but largely of your own munificence. I regard the vote of this town, whereby so large a sum was raised, $3,500, to encourage the commencement of the work under such favorable auspices, one of the grandest, most praiseworthy, and more gratefully to be remembered by posterity than upon any of its records. That edifice will stand not only as a monument to the generosity and philanthropy of those who have passed beyond the line of time, but also to the deep interest you feel in education and the higher mental culture." And so I think when we think about that building, it is central to our town, and we should continue to support it as a center of higher mental culture for $37 a year, or for one time. Thanks.
Speaker to my left.
Ben Guthrie, Fairbanks Street. So I live in the original library of town before this one was built. So as a steward of an old property, I recognize that I have to put in the money to make sure that it doesn't fall down. Now, this is also the town's property, and despite it not being a library anymore, we still should look at ourselves as stewards of this beautiful building. Historically, we haven't been very good at funding maintenance and repair around here. That's how we ended up with the lovely new building behind us. And so I would hate to see this one be pushed down the road yet again, as we have historically done. And I would love to see this funded properly. Thank you.
Our last speaker, on my right.
Mr. Moderator, Steve Finnegan, Oak Hill Road, with a question to Lucy. If we pass this today and we don't pass it on Tuesday, what happens to this project?
If we don't pass it on Tuesday, if it passes today, I believe we have a period, and I have to call a friend for help. We could, within 90 days of today's meeting, call another town election to vote on it. We have a period of time to assure that we have the funds in place. What we would lose is the time to get this done.
Okay, are you ready to vote? This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed? The motion carries.
On Tuesday.
So not all of you need to vote for it, all 2/3, but half of you do, or I'm being facetious. Please remember to vote on Tuesday. Article 15, Community Preservation Committee Report. Dee Dee?
Mr. Moderator, Dee Dee Chadron, Old Littleton Road, Chair of Community Preservation Committee. I move that the town vote to accept the report and recommendations of the Community Preservation Committee on the fiscal year 2022 Community Preservation Budget as printed in the 2021 Finance Committee report, or pass any vote or votes in relation thereto.
Is there a second? This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? The motion carries. Article 16, the specific recommendations of the Community Preservation Committee.
Right. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriate the sums of money to be expended by the town boards and officials for the capital projects and acquisitions and other purposes described and printed on page 27 of the Finance Committee report and warrant for the 2021 annual town meeting, each of which numbered items shall be a separate appropriation, and to provide for said appropriations by transferring said amounts from the Community Preservation Fund funding sources as printed on page 41.
Is there a second? Dee Dee, do you want? But I think what I'd like to do is have Dee Dee go through each of these items.
Okay. Sure.
Town meeting only has the option of rejecting them. You cannot change the amounts. That is the responsibility only of the Community Preservation Committee. So let's go through them and see how we do. Dee Dee.
Great. So the first item is an upgrade of the boat kiosk. This is a project of the Parks and Recreation Committee. There's an upgrade of the locking mechanism. It'll make it user-friendlier. By all accounts we've heard as a committee, the addition of the kiosk has been a great asset to life on Bear Hill Pond, recreation on Bear Hill Pond.
Okay. Any comments on that? Item number 2.
Town Hall renovation debt service. This is something we are obligated to fund every year. I don't remember the year. It's five or so years ago that we voted as a town at a town meeting to finance the debt, to finance the debt through CPC monies. This year, that amount totals $48,038.
Comments? Questions? Item number 3.
Item 3, preservation of historic documents. This is an ongoing project by the town clerk as mandated by the state of Massachusetts to preserve historic documents as well as capture them on some kind of modern medium. And the amount requested this year is $25,000.
Comments? Questions? Item number 4.
Item number 4, affordable housing reserve. This is our state legally mandated 10% minimum of our annual budget that goes to affordable housing. There was no request made on CPC from any organization in town for this, so we're setting this aside into our reserve for affordable housing.
Okay. Item number 5.
Item 5, Community Harvest Project, Agricultural Preservation Restriction. This is a part 2 of a proposal to finance an APR for the Community Harvest Project over on Prospect Hill. It has the support of Conservation Commission. And it'll set aside a whole lot of land in town, and the amount, this amount this year is $150,000.
Okay, item number 6.
And item number 6 is administrative expenses. This is something we warrant for every year. For our various expenses. $2,500 is what we've asked for year after year for the last, I think, 5 years or so.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your card. All those opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Dee Dee. Article 17, leasing of Harvard Elementary School roof for solar panels.
Brian Smith, 45 Candleberry Lane, Energy Advisory Committee Chair. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town authorize the Select Board to lease the roof of the Harvard Elementary School to Select Energy Development, LLC, for the purpose of installing and operating a solar photovoltaic system for a term to be specified in a power purchase agreement between the town and Solect Energy Development, LLC.
Okay, is there a second? On the motion?
Some background on the project. This is a power purchase agreement, and it was all based on the fact that in no way did we think the town was going to fund close to $1 million for a PV solar system on the roof of the elementary school. The school was designed to be solar ready from the beginning, which means that it has everything in place to add the solar panels where they're designed to go. This is a 260 kilowatt DC system, and it results in a power purchase agreement, allows the town to buy the energy from Select Energy at a discounted rate. So every year, there's an estimated savings to the town of $20,000 a year over the term of 20 years. So this was a long project in the works, and it's currently in motion. There are several agreements that have to be approved by the Select Board, but this lease is one of the agreements of that power purchase agreement that have to be approved. The other part of the project is up in the air. This week is supposed to be, upcoming week, National Grid interconnection is supposed to be approved. That was a major shock to the project last year when it was rejected, and there was a lot of people involved in making that overturned by National Grid, including on the Energy Advisory Committee, David Fay and Ellen Sachs-Leisher. So that was a really impressive effort to overturn their decision to reject the application.
Okay. On the motion,
Can I just add something?
Susan Mary.
And just to add something from the school building project, the roof is already built to receive the panels. The structural support has already been put in there. Our roof manufacturer has already laid out the stipulations for how the roof would need to be treated to make sure that we're in compliance with the roof warranty. So the addition of solar panels will not void that warranty. And the school building project and the school committee are in support of this.
Okay. On the motion, speaker to my right. Go ahead.
Don Gerard, Pinnacle Road. This article asks the town to commit to a 20-year lease with this company with an unspecified amount of financial return coming to the town. The amount of electricity we generate is not specified as to how much of it will return to the town. One question that I have is when we approve this, has the town sought a competitive bid for this lease? Or was this sole award to this company?
Okay. Do we have an answer to that question?
The town already authorized a letter of intent to Select Energy Development.
I understand that. I'm asking you whether you submitted a competitive bid, an RFP, to see who else might bid. It seems to me you are putting the cart before the horse. You're giving this contract for 20 years, and then you'll negotiate how much benefit we'll get from it. It should have been the other way around.
All right,
I urge you to vote no on this article and send the board back. Send the board back to seek a competitive bid to see what kind of a deal we can get.
Let's see if we can get a good answer to your question. Ryan?
The background is that there's a program that's provided by Power Options, which is an organization that vetted out, that issued an RFP to multiple, to the state of Massachusetts developers, and they selected Select Energy as having met all the criteria in that RFP and provided the best deal for the municipalities that would take advantage of that. So it's not just a financial deal, it's the method that they went about establishing that. It also includes all the terms and conditions in that agreement. So that this agreement matches what has already been issued out for an RFP for this type of system.
So this is a result of a competitive bid, you're saying?
Correct, on the state level.
On the Harvard level?
Not for the specific Harvard level because of what I just explained, that the terms that are offered by Select match that's been approved before on a state RFP level.
Would it have been possible for you to seek a competitive bid as a Harvard representative?
Would it have been possible? I assume yes.
The question was, how was this procured consistent with state and local laws, and town council is saying yes?
To me, it's a bit of gibberish, and I urge the town to vote no on this and send this committee back to get a true competitive bid with firm results for the town.
Okay. Speaker to my left.
I'm Mike Dursey, Massachusetts Avenue. One of the first things you said was you didn't believe the town would spend, I think you said $1 million on a new photovoltaic system for the school, or you doubted that. And I was curious if you had any more clarification on what numbers you guys had looked at in terms of what it would cost for the town to buy one, and what the sort of payback would be versus financing it through this company.
Right. Well, I think an important point is that as part of this power purchase agreement, the town has provided the option to purchase the system at year 6, year 10, and year 15. And the preliminary estimates they have in year 7, we can purchase it for $491,000. In year 10, we can purchase it for $400,000, and in year 15, we can purchase it for $224,000. So that's.
I haven't done the math on that, but did you guys determine what sort of rate of return or like implied interest rate we're paying this company for the town not to purchase it, but to actually finance through this company?
No.
Speaker to my right.
Dan Daly, 15 Littleton Road. Given the motif of maintenance and leaky roofs, I just wanted to gain the reassurance of the school building committee's chair. In regards to the warranty, our understanding had historically been that this was not going to go through because it would void the warranty. I heard you say it now won't, as long as it's up to specification. And I just wanted to get some additional reassurance that that'll be the case, that it's documented and agreed to, that the warranty won't be made moot by virtue of these panels.
Yeah, it is documented. We've had meetings on it. Both parties have written up specifications, and as long as the work is done in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendation, the warranty will be in place.
Thank you.
A final speaker to my left.
Ellen Sachs, Lightshare, Warren Ave. So I'm on HEAC, on the Energy Advisory Committee, and David Fay, who unfortunately is not here, had worked out a lot of this with Select. There's not a lot of options out there. There are not companies that want to come in and put solar on the public building. So this was one that was vetted. It was vetted at the state level, and we went with that. There's also the issue of payment into National Grid for this, which is what held up a lot of what we wanted to do with solar. They wanted more fees. National Grid said Air Substation couldn't accept the energy back. It was around and around with them till we almost lost the deal. I don't think someone else is going to step in and do this given the situation with National Grid and what we tried to work out. This will save the school money. This is the energy of the new building. The cost of electricity of the new building is going to go up. It's a bigger building than HES is now, and this will save us in the long run the taxpayers' money. It's also clean energy. So as part of the Community Resilience Group and the climate initiative that I'm working on, this is a good thing for this town. And if we postpone it and wait a year or two to figure this out, you're just going to lose more money and you're not going to get clean energy. So I would say we should move this and go forward with it.
Okay, thank you. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your card. All those opposed? The motion carries. Okay, thanks. Article 18. enterprise fund budgets. Alice.
Alice von Leska, Warren Ave, Select Board. I move that the town appropriate the sums of money to defray the expenses of the town's enterprise funds for fiscal year 2022 using the revenue sources as printed in the Warrant and Finance Committee report for the 2021 annual town meeting on page 36.
Second on the motion.
So if you want to turn to page 36, what you'll see, these are two of our funds. These are what enterprise funds are for elements of the town that make their own money, and then they're allowed to spend their own money. We have two of these. One of them is the sewer, and one is the ambulance. And for the sewer, user charges raise $125,000, betterments raise $92,070. So the total revenue for the sewer fund is $217,070, and then the expenses are identical. They're only allowed to spend up to that amount. For the ambulance, the user charges raise $150,000, and then there's other departmental revenue that comes in, and that's $113,612 for a total of $263,612.
Any questions or comments? This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? The motion carries. Article 19, revolving funds. Don?
Don Ludwig, East Bear Hill Road for the Finance Committee. I move that the town establish the fiscal year 2022 expenditure limitations on the revolving funds previously established by the town as printed on page 42 of the Warrant and Finance Committee report for the 2021 annual town meeting.
Is there a second?
So this just establishes the expenditure limits for each of the funds. You can see the complete list on page 42.
Any questions or comments? This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your card. All those opposed? The motion carries. Article 20, amend the protective bylaw, Chapter 125, by adding a new section 125-57, Senior Residential Development. Justin.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town amend its protective bylaw by adding thereto a new section entitled Section 125-57, Senior Residential Development, as printed on pages 42 to 45 of the Warrant and Finance Committee report for the 2021 annual town meeting.
Is there a second? On the motion?
Terrific. So I want to make it clear that this is zoning. That's probably one of the biggest things I want to make clear about what's different here. But the following two bylaw changes represent efforts as part of the Planning Board's efforts to balance the housing profile here in Harvard. As many of you are aware, housing in Harvard is characterized by large houses on large lots. If houses in Harvard were t-shirts, they would come in just one size, and that size would be extra large. The Planning Board's most recent efforts focus on seniors, a group that we all aspire to be a part of if we aren't already a member. And that extra large t-shirt that fit us in a youth doesn't always carry it with us all the way to through the rest of life. The need for increasing senior housing is well documented. Surveys conducted by the Council on Aging in 2006 and 2016 identified the need for smaller scale housing to retain seniors in Harvard. The 2016 master plan calls for production of senior-friendly housing. The 2017 housing production plan calls for smaller scale housing with higher density. While the problem is documented, the challenge has been how do we address that need? In 2020, the Planning Board performed additional surveys. They reconfirmed this need, but carried the question one step further. They asked, what kind of housing is needed for Harvard residents, our Harvard seniors? Our solution we present for you today is informed by the citizen input. This bylaw represents phase one of a three-phase program. Here in phase one, what you're asked to vote on today is a definition of the essential elements of senior housing and an update to the accessory apartment bylaw to encourage senior-friendly units. We'll be following this up at further town meetings with phases in 2 and 3 with housing clusters and open space, some changes to town center, affordable units, and Hildreth House District zoning. But all of that will be vetted individually by you, the citizens. The proposed Chapter 12557 residential development, as detailed in your warrant, defines what senior housing is in Harvard. It sets age-friendly design requirements. These include things like single-floor living and zero-step clearances. It defines age restrictions, and these follow federal guidelines. It also sets a maximum rate of unit production to help us maintain a balance between the single-family homes we currently have and the senior housing we're looking to produce. This bylaw is supported unanimously by the Select Board, the Planning Board, and the Zoning Board of Appeals. I also direct you to the recent letter to the editor written by Chris Tracy in the latest issue of the Harvard Press. This program is designed to help retain seniors who are important members of our community. They make up a significant fraction of our volunteer boards. They serve as vessels of the longest-reaching community memory and the strength and diversity of our community. I'm happy to answer your questions, but I want to remind you that this zoning amendment is actually about the people of Harvard, the seniors, the residents. We're looking for places for them to live, and the large houses that characterize our community are not always appropriate for that. And I'd be happy to take questions from here.
All right, speaker to my right.
Libby Levison, Old Shirley Road, and unfortunately the daughter of an editor. I would like to make a friendly amendment.
What is your amendment?
On page 44, under paragraph E, age-appropriate design, point 4, you are missing a word. I believe master bedroom and ensuite bathroom designed and equipped for seniors and people mobility impairments would benefit from the word with. Thank you for your consideration.
Do you accept that friendly amendment?
The Planning Board accepts this friendly amendment, and we appreciate the copy editing.
I would just like to make a comment. I see in here you refer to interior toilets. Is there an alternative to that in Harvard these days? But just a comment.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, speaker to my left.
Beth Williams, Granite View Lane, Chair of the Board for the Council on Aging. I want to commend the Planning Board for this bylaw. They've worked very hard for the past year in cooperation with myself as the representative for the Council on Aging, and I urge you to support this.
Thank you. Speaker to my right.
Willie Wickman, Willow Road, on page 43, General Compliance 2A. I'm wondering if may should be must. For communities or units intended to be marketed to and occupied by residents aged 62 or older, the age restriction must be comprehensive and applied to all units. I think that might be law. So I'm asking for a friendly amendment to change it to must, please. Under General Compliance, C, General Compliance 2A on page 43. Oops, I wasn't supposed to answer that.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like clarification. That's a request for a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to confer with the Planning Board before deciding on that. Would that be appropriate?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
part of the issue here is that it's like grandparents are allowed to have grandchildren. This is a complicated
It's different than 55.
Yeah.
It is.
Are you sure about this? Okay.
Well, that's
Yeah. Well, if they got it wrong, they can fix it next year, too. Well, if you're right. Where's Bonnie?
I heard from the,
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see.
Willie? I don't have an answer from the planning board, so you're going to have to make that in a form of an amendment and not a friendly amendment.
So they can't answer? I hope they can answer it because they should know the law around it.
I think we're in trouble. There's an even number of people over there. I need an answer.
I apologize for the delay, but these little words do matter, and we want to make sure it's consistent with the federal law. So that as written, it is consistent with the federal law. One second. So the planning board rejects the friendly amendment and proposes an alternative, and that alternative is then to strike the text starting under C2 that starts with "in addition" with the colons that includes sections A, B, C, D, and E.
Does that clear that up for you, Willie?
No.
This is why it took us so long to think about this.
Can you explain what you are proposing, please?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
So what this is then doing is it's taking out the second all of the sub-billets A, B, C, D, and E. It takes that all out, and we stick with the text that just says what the age restriction is at the top.
So what you're saying is you're deleting A through E? So I guess my question is, I think there's a difference between age 55 and age 62, and it's my understanding that age 55, it could be may, but age 62 is must. It really is a difference in the law. So I want to make sure that we're clear on the law and what we're doing, because I think we're trying to address senior housing, and 52 to me is not senior housing. Or 55, sorry.
Yes. Right. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So town council is helping out here. This legal language is tricky and important, and this is why we have professionals here to support us. What we're proposing here is to let the sentence at the end of section C2, the age restriction threshold shall meet the requirements of the Housing for Older Persons Act of 1995, the HOPA. That carries the day, and then we're removing then the text A through E, which took that text and placed it here, so we can just follow that the HOPA laws from 1995, and that carries all the restrictions. So it's then clear that it's compliant with the federal law.
Okay, thank you. So do we have to, is that a friendly amendment, or do we have to vote that?
Go ahead.
So that if this would be this, we could do. The planning board is supportive of a friendly amendment to then strike the text from sections A, B, C, D, and E. And the words in addition, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Willie. This is an example of what a lot of us live by. Less is more here. Right. My speaker on my left.
Hi, thanks. Jason Cole, Warren Avenue. I was reading through this and noticed, references to ADA compliance and mobility issues, and it struck me that, obviously, housing like this would be very useful to people with who are disabled. Wondering if you guys discussed at all, including a clause in here that would allow people who are disabled to make use of this kind of housing.
Our present focus has been on the needs for seniors. It didn't encompass a broader issues disabled. That's a really important issue, and I appreciate you bringing that up. But this bylaw is specifically based on the title, restricted for seniors.
Okay. Speaker on my right.
Hi, Nikki Schmidt, East Bear Hill Road. So, Justin, does this bylaw only apply to 62 plus? After you've taken out that big section, there's no more consideration of 55 plus housing, it's just 62 plus?
I guess as a trick, that's not true. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So both categories are covered under HOPA, and I guess I have a question for the moderator too. Did we need to vote to accept the friendly amendment? No. Okay. All right.
No, it's your
okay.
article. You can do whatever you want.
Just checking.
So to answer your question, it does not. It also applies to 55.
So it does apply to 55. Yeah. Okay. So I am in huge support of supporting our seniors and trying to find housing for them. I am very concerned at the 55 plus housing, and I'll tell you why. And now I'm confused about whether the top part applies naturally because it's part of HOPA. If 80% of the housing has just one person living in it that's 55, is that person's name on the lease, or could it be like a grandparent that's just living in that housing?
So ultimately, we're following federal law, specifically with the change that we just made. Mm-hmm. So as I understand that law, with someone 55 ages needs to be living there. That's
living there? Yes, but I mean, do they own the house, or is it just because it makes a big difference? Because then you could have people of any age buying housing there as long as they had like a grandparent living there, and it has downward implications for now. Are we just doing more housing?
That's right. I'll direct you to the text that we just deleted. But it says 80%. The word occupied is the key word there.
And how do you enforce that and oversee that? Who's responsible for that?
So enforcement of zoning bylaws falls to our building commissioner. That's a job in the town hall.
Mm-hmm. And so someone goes in and they knock on doors and they make sure someone's 55 who lives in that house.
I don't believe that's the way building commissioners operate. If people were knocking on your door and investigating, that's not the way things work in this.
How does it work? The reason this is important is because if we are building up to 15% of our existing total residential housing units now as 55 plus, and I understand we have about 3,000 houses, so that's 450 units that are 55 plus, where only 80% of the people who live there, of the units, need to be occupied by one person who's 55. You could really be bringing in a huge number of younger families, and you haven't done the economics of the impact now. Could be hundreds of kids on the school system. It doesn't solve the problem of senior housing. This bylaw doesn't solve the senior problem of senior housing. There's no priority for seniors. There's no low income attachment to this. This is just 55 plus clustered housing.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to let Chris Ryan address this. Would that be all right?
Yes, Chris, if you would, briefly.
Yeah, first of all, this is federal law. We cannot be discriminatory.
And when you're talking about 55-plus housing, this is exactly what the federal law, through HUD and HOPA, requires us to have in terms of language, or in terms of meeting these criteria. We can't say we're going to be more restrictive because we will then fall into a serious trap in terms of a discriminatory liability. So we can't do that. We have to comply with federal law. And the bottom line is that many other communities across Massachusetts have this exact same provision. It has not proven to be an issue. We don't anticipate huge numbers of families with children coming in here. And we also don't anticipate the one member of the household being 55 being abused and taken advantage of. We are trying to do something for our seniors, and if we don't do this one small step, frankly, we can't move to the rest of the program, which is intended to do what the Council on Aging hoped us to be able to do. So, no, there really isn't an issue with the 55 plus. It's every community is doing exactly the same thing, and we won't be hiring 5 or 6 building inspectors to go enforce this in a tight way. It won't happen.
Does the law require 15% of your housing to be 55 plus?
It requires 80% of the units to have at least one person occupying the unit at 55 plus, and 20% of the units have to be eligible for families with children. That's the way the law reads right now.
I understand that. That's for 55 plus housing. If you designate your housing development as 55 plus, you must live by the law. My question is, how many 55 plus housing units can Harvard really support? And you are saying that you may approve up to 100 units a year. 30 units may be permitted in any 1 year. I'm reading right here. A maximum of 100 units may be approved by special permit on an annual basis, but no more than 30 units may be permitted in any 1 year. Though that sounds a little confusing, I'm assuming you can approve 100 and build 30 a year until we reach 15% of our current housing.
That's accurate.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is we're talking about several hundred clustered housing units, 15% of our current houses.
Mr. Moderator, there's no provision for clustered units here in this bylaw. I encourage you to read the text, and that's not here. What this is doing is adding the definitions and restrictions for the senior housing and adds a definition. This bylaw itself adds zero housing as it stands. It defines
right
what
here,
senior housing is.
Permitting the development of residential housing in clusters and village-like settings. That's how you introduce this bylaw, clustered housing. So we have 2,000 houses in Harvard. Someone's correcting me. I said 3,000.
It's a definition, not an authorization.
But it is an authorization if it's written here that they can approve. So now we're talking 300 new units for 55 plus. That's a lot of clustered housing in Harvard, and I question whether it solves the senior housing issue. There's nothing in here that gives seniors a preference. There's no limitation on, low-income housing, because I know that's one of the issues for the seniors to stay here. And people who are 55 still have kids. I'll be 55 in a couple of years. I still have kids at Bromfield. So when we're bringing in 300 new clustered housings of 55 plus, we're talking about a lot of kids coming into the school system. And I am just asking if you have done the economics, have you worked out the numbers of this?
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to direct the speaker to the section G, senior residential development types. There are 2 items listed there. One is accessory dwelling units, and the second is assisted living facility, which is already on our books in chapter 125-52, section L. These are what you're voting on today, these are the allowed housing types. The issues that you're raising are designed to be debated later on in more detail and are not included in this bylaw.
It says general provisions covering all developments shall be provided in sections D through F above. If it's written here, it's in the bylaw.
We need to make time. It sounds like you're not going to vote for it.
No, I am not going to vote for it.
No,
I don't think this is going to help the seniors. My proposal that I've put forth to Chris and to the planning board has to come up with one clustered senior housing development. Pick a space in Harvard, work with the developer,
Right, and they
plan
may,
it,
and they may
let's
do
it.
that at some point in the future. What is being talked about here are some changes to the bylaw that work in companion with housing production.
This is a
initiative.
completely new bylaw. These 55-plus housing, this is a new bylaw. This is not a change. This is introducing a new bylaw.
Mr. Moderator, we have not heard a proposal from Nikki Schmidt. We're not sure where that's coming from.
We need to move along.
Talk to Chris. We've been discussing it, Chris Ryan and I.
Okay, next speaker.
Hi, Michael McLaughlin, Old Littleton Road, also Select Board candidate. I'd like to make a motion to amend the title of Article 20 to strike out the word senior, as this is not a senior bylaw supporting mechanism.
Right.
This
Is there
is
a
a
second?
residential economic
Just a
community
minute.
planning.
You've made your motion. Is there a second to that motion? All right. On the motion?
I'd like to change to Article 20 to read Article 20, amend Protective Bylaw Chapter 125 by adding a new Section 125-57, residential development.
I'd like to confer with the planning board on that one.
You can do that if you want, but when you're going to vote on it. Speaker to my left?
Oh, it's not.
Victor, I'm supposed to address this amendment,
That's correct.
which would be to remove the word senior.
Correct.
I do want to, by the way, Jane Beering, 82 Littleton County Road. I'm on the planning board. I'm also on the subcommittee that worked on this senior work for the last 6 months and have done a lot of outreach over the past few months to try to inform people and educate people. And there are a couple of questions that I have received back regularly. And one of them speaks to Michael's point and Willie's point. And that question really has been, is this senior enough? And I think there are two answers to that question. One that Justin has already given, and that is that the federal rules that establish how you can build senior housing, the federal rules are really specific. Senior housing only comes in 2 flavors, 55 and over and 62 and over. There isn't one for 75 and over. And so we very much wanted to be in keeping, as Justin has said, with the federal guidelines. Secondly, you may all know that we did a lot of research. We bombarded you with surveys and focus groups so that we could understand what type of senior housing people in Harvard wanted. And far and away, the seniors, when they answered the questions, said their the top 6 of the top 8 choices were for independent-styled housing units.
Okay, I'm going to
Okay,
interrupt you.
so I'm sorry. So it's only my first point maybe that applies,
The only
which
thing
is
we're talking about here is
senior.
eliminating
There's only
the word senior.
2.
I retract
Okay,
my
so my
motion.
point,
That's it.
Victor, only 2. Federal government only gives us 2 flavors of senior, and we've put them in here.
So I retract my motion.
Okay.
So just the question is, how many of the seniors that are in need here in Harvard to find a transition to affordable housing, how many of those people that I care about are going to be moved and transitioned as a result of this, and when is that going to happen?
Okay. So there's no affordable provision here. I'd like to make that clear. What this does is it provides the definition of what senior housing is, so that we can start to create senior housing with later bylaws. So we need to place a placeholder with the definitions. That's what this bylaw does. We can then add to that, and we can debate those individually, the strike, scale, and structure of that. But without this definition, we can't create the housing.
Okay, so thank you. That answers my question.
Okay.
Only last comment is that I just want everybody to think about any seniors that do move out of that very extra large T-shirt, who moves in to those extra large T-shirts? Not more seniors, it's not singles, it's going to be families with children. It will add costs, it will add burden. Okay. And everybody's concerned about property taxes. Property taxes will continue to go up.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone, this amendment is not a housing production amendment. It's no amendment whereby it in any way encourages or modifies housing production for seniors. It is intended to, as Justin has indicated, to lay out definitions that are consistent with federal law, so that when housing production amendments do come before a town meeting, they are facilitated by this amendment. This amendment is not creating in any way additional senior housing. Is that correct, Justin?
That's correct.
All right.
Yep.
Article. We have no amendment. Speaker to my left.
To the point that was just made about seniors leaving, when the house is too big, seniors are going to leave one way or another. They can move into senior housing provided by the town, or they're going to move out of town. That big house is still going to be there. So whether we have senior housing in this town or we don't, the seniors are still going to be moving out of those big houses. And most likely, families with children are going to be moving in. Let's try and keep our seniors in town, because basically, folks, they're your town's piggy bank. They're not taking the school services, but they're sure paying for it. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker to my right.
Dick Rabawi, East Bear Hill Road. So in reading this, it seems that this is maybe not verbatim, but a copy and paste from the federal laws, given that the words or and may are being used here. So what seems of real interest to me is Section B, applicability. And parts 1 and 2. So the first thing there in part 1, the key sentence there, the planning board may approve a site plan or grant a special permit. So that means to me that the planning board is going to make these decisions for those components of this bylaw that have or may in there. So for example, Part B, Section 2, it says it anticipates and is marketed to people age 55 or over or age 62. So seems to me that, this is poorly written. So what does that mean? The planning board is going to decide? Or is it going to be that, hey, don't worry, it could be applied to people over 55 or over 62, doesn't matter, just, it's very unclear to me. And this goes back to the previous, one of the previous comments of Section C, Part 2, Sub A, where the word 62 or older was discussed, and may. That may be comprehensive, applied to all units. So very unclear. This, in my opinion, needs lots of work. Eliminating the words or and may. Be very definitive on this, or don't put it in at all. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to end debate at the end of when these lines are exhausted. Speaker over to my left.
Mr. Moderator, Bruce Nickerson from Stowe Road. I believe we have on the table a very narrow amendment proposed. And the amendment, as I recall hearing it, consisted only of striking the word senior from the lead.
No,
You would do that? Okay, I didn't hear that.
That's been withdrawn.
Okay.
Speaker to my right.
Hi, I'm Mark Savigny from Shaker Road. I wanted to ask a clarifying question from a concern that a prior speaker raised, which is the concern that there might be huge numbers of people trying to game the system and move into age-restricted units as a means of getting into the school system, crowding our schools, and introducing other issues. So can you, is it likely that these units will be built like 4 and 5 bedroom units for age-restricted, and that would then encourage people maybe in multi-generational households to move in with maybe, you know, an aunt who's 56 years old, but they've got an army of children living there? Like, is that a likely possibility, or are these like 2-bedroom units with wide doorways for wheelchairs unlikely to be suitable for large families?
I can address that question. I'm going to direct you to Section G with the housing types. That includes accessory dwelling units, which are not going to be 4 or 5 bedroom things. We're going to be reviewing that accessory dwelling units. What that means, it's effectively a accessory apartment, one add-on to a single-family home that's restricted. And then the other thing here is assisted living facilities. So if you can figure out how to cram a bunch of kids into an assisted living facility, go for it. But I don't think that works.
That's great. I find that satisfying because I hate seeing good ideas being shot down out of fear of corner cases and rare people who are trying to game the system. But I also want to make sure that those concerns that are raised are unjustified.
Okay. Speaker to my left.
Mr. Moderator, Paul Green, Old Littleton Road. I did a lot of research a couple of years ago in regards to the senior housing question that was on the Warren article back then. And I would just like to say here to town meeting that there's a reason we have a planning board and a professional planner, and that's that they have the interests, the time, and the expertise backup to dig into these things and really understand them. And I don't think it's wise or appropriate to try to make one-word changes here on the floor of town meeting. It's not a good use of our time. If there are errors in this and you can take them to the planner, to the planning board, we can come back in a year and fix it. This is better than what we have. This is a highly regulated, highly complex area. The binder I put together for my own research was about 2 inches thick of state and federal regulations. And Justin, you just might hold up your 3-pound binder there and show them. So when you're complaining about the ands and the ors and the mays and all that, talk to your federal representative, talk to the Department of HUD. This is what we live with, and if you had taken the time to go to the planning board meetings, you could have asked these questions then. So, Mr. Moderator, I've said my piece.
Speaker to my right.
Willie Wickman, Willow Road. Again, I'm back to the question. I feel that what we're trying to do is address senior housing. So I'm wondering if under applicability, number 2, we strike age 55 and just have it, the senior residential development is one that anticipates and is marketed to people over age 62. That will address the senior problem, the senior housing problem. And another time we can talk about age 55 that's not quite as, it's not as restrictive. So that's a friendly amendment or whatever you want to call it. But I think we really need to be addressing senior housing, which is age 62 or over, and not get it complicated with, confused with age 55.
It's a friendly amendment.
I'd like to confer with the planning board.
Okay.
is my mailbox. I think I talked to you about it. Were you looking to strike? Looking to strike. Glasses off. No, you're not on the, oh, you're, okay, the page looks different. No, it's back one. Sorry. It's on B at the bottom. So it says, one that anticipates to people age 55 or over 62. I think I said 55, so I'd like to.
People age 62, right, take out age 55 or over.
Right, okay. Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Moderator, the planning board would like to decline the friendly amendment, in part because when looking at assisted living facilities, they really need to be accessible to both the 55 and older and the 62 and over. These are important things that's important.
Your friendly amendment is not agreed to?
Okay. I would like to make a motion to amend Article 20, Section B, number 2, to read, "A senior residential development is one that anticipates and is marketed to people over age 62."
Okay, is there a second on the motion? Okay, we're voting to amend Article 20. You need to come down and write down your motion to eliminate people age 55. Okay. All right, is that clear?
We have to hear it.
Okay. Requires a majority vote.
Can you read the amendment?
This section that's being changed, senior residential development is one that anticipates and is marketed to people age 62 and older. 55 and older is eliminated. Okay, all those in favor? We had, I asked for discussion and no one spoke. Sorry, you have the floor.
Thank you.
On the amendment to eliminate
On the amendment,
55.
yes, Jesse Panic, West Bear Hill Road. This is a set of definitions. It does not say that we will have any 55 or older housing. It simply is setting up the definitions to match federal law so that a residential, whatever it says, exactly says, a senior residential development is taken from other laws, which not saying that we will actually approve a 55 and older. It's just setting a definition. Okay? That's it.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, am I right?
Mr. Moderator, Paul Cohen, 35 Candleberry Lane. My only question I have is, would we also have to amend paragraph C, subparagraph B, which also references residents age 55 and over? I just don't want to have an amendment and then find out it wasn't done correctly at town meeting.
Do we have an answer to that?
So the question is to section...
Well, I think what is being suggested is wherever in this bylaw it says 55 or 65,
Right.
does that also need to be amended?
I believe the section that's being referred to has been stricken from the text.
Okay.
I think that's correct, but this is where making these floor amendments is really tricky. Okay, that's correct. Mark Lanza is confirming that.
Okay, so that to your question, that is already been taken care of by a previous friendly amendment. On the motion to eliminate 55, all those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed? The amendment is defeated. I'll allow one more speaker over here, and then we're done. Well, I guess I'm not offended. Are we ready to vote on Article 20, Amendment to the Protective Bylaw? All those in favor, raise your card. All those opposed? Motion carries. Article 21. Justin?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town amend its protective bylaw by making the revisions to the section entitled Section 125-18.1, Accessory Apartment Use, as printed on pages 45 to 47 of the Warrant and Finance Committee report of the 2021 Annual Town Meeting.
Is there a second on the article? Any comments?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
May I speak to it? Thank you. All right. So this is now housing production. So the planning board proposes changes to the existing accessory apartment bylaw that currently exists in Chapter 125-18.1. As it stands, it's labeled accessory apartments. And that definition is a secondary dwelling units on a single-family lot. And right now, it requires a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals, known as the ZBA. The changes you see before you respect the existing bylaw, but makes targeted changes to encourage the development of senior-friendly units with following the age-appropriate design that we just voted on. So the changes to you today are we're changing the name to accessory dwelling units. This is a modern and widely used terminology. And there are two structural changes here. The accessory dwelling unit is now by right only if it contains the senior design criteria in 125-57. We also add in an increase in the maximum square footage, moving that from 1,200 square feet to 1,500 square feet. These details are inspired by the detailed surveys conducted by the planning board in 2020, where we took feedback from the senior community. These are the things they're looking for. These will be useful. This measure is unanimously endorsed by the Select Board, the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the Planning Board.
Okay. Any comments, questions? Speaker to my right.
Hi, I'm Mark Savigny from Shaker Road. One clarifying question. Can you explain why you made it a by right rather than a special permit?
Certainly. Thank you, Mark. The reason we wanted to do it by right for the seniors was to encourage the development of infrastructure that meets these senior-friendly requirements. If you want to do an accessory apartment that does not meet these requirements, say an accessory apartment that's above a garage that doesn't have the zero-step clearance and you need stairs to go up to, you still go to the ZBA for that special permit. But this is in hopes to encourage the production of senior-friendly units with the wider door frames, and they don't have to be occupied by a senior, but it provides the infrastructure so that when the time is right and needed, someone can take advantage of that.
Speaker to my left.
Hey, Justin. Brad Bessie, Westcott Road. Just one question I guess I had. So I get that with this, if it's approved, anyone in town pretty much could apply for a permit to build an ADU as long as it met the senior housing requirements, correct?
It's correct. It has to meet the senior housing requirements as well as the water and septic requirements.
Correct.
And so that's probably a great limiting step.
So the building has to do that, but the actual occupant or the person living there doesn't need to be senior.
That's correct.
So we could have a bunch of apartments in town that could be used for senior housing, but could actually have non-seniors living there.
So what we're going to be producing are senior-friendly units.
Yes.
They could be. There's no restriction on the occupancy, but we'll have the infrastructure so they can go forward here.
So the last ones we just voted on was to create the bylaw, but that was restricted to seniors 55 and up or 62 and up. These buildings would be. Could be added to any residential building in town, and they'd have to meet the requirement for an ADU that would be for senior housing, but wouldn't have to actually be occupied by a senior.
I'm gonna just clarify for you there. Everything you said there is correct, but it also has to meet the water and septic.
Understood.
Yeah.
It's more about I wanted a clarification that a non-senior could live there. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker to my right.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Cohen, 35 Candleberry Lane. I think that's maybe for clarity, and this is the question for the presenter. The Commonwealth adopted a housing production bylaw in January. I believe Governor Baker signed that law. Can you explain how this conforms to that, and therefore it may answer the confusion about whether it can be restricted to seniors? And so I guess the simple question is, can you explain how this proposed bylaw will conform to the Commonwealth's new requirements on accessory units?
So I'd like to defer to Chris Ryan on
Yes.
that one because I haven't read that bylaw.
Chris?
So, because the new bylaw, the new legislation from the state limits accessory dwelling units to 850 square feet, we are not in line with that legislation. We cannot take advantage of the simple majority vote that would be provided to us if we complied with that. So because of that, we felt it was more important to satisfy the need of our seniors than to take advantage of that legislation.
Speaker to my left.
Hooper of 15 Candleberry Lane. I'm in favor of this amendment. We already have these accessory apartments. We're just changing and making it simpler to get permission to build an accessory apartment or the dwelling unit. Now, I think the key is, in my mind, is that the owner of the residence has to live there. So someone can't come in and build apartments calling them accessory dwelling units. That person has to live there. And that's obviously limits it. Now, a person could come in and after a parent could live there, or a child after he graduates from college might want to move in and heckle his parents or something. But you could, that's possible. So I think it's a good amendment, and we have them, and it'll just simplify the process. Thank you.
Speaker on my right.
Beth Williams, Granite View Lane. What this allows is for someone to build that accessory apartment, say for a senior. It's set up for a senior, but if that senior has to move on to an assisted living or a continuing care, or they pass away, that unit is not required to be for a senior. Your children can move into it. You could rent it out or whatever. It's not keeping it totally as a senior. It's not restricting the homeowner. Thank you.
Final speaker on my left.
Michelle Catalina, Old Littleton Road. I just wanted to say I'm in favor of this. I think it's really important that we diversify our housing stock, and this gives us a lot of options.
Okay. All right, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the article, raise your cards. All those opposed, the article passes. I want a clarification on the last vote. I didn't declare this, but it was passed by a 2/3 vote. Article 22, gifts of property. Stu or Kara?
Mr. Moderator, thank you for your patience. Acceptance of gifts of property. To see if the town will vote to accept gifts of land or interests in land for any municipal purpose and authorize the select board to acquire said parcels of land or interests therein, so donated or purchased by eminent domain for the purpose of confirming and making clear the town's title to said parcels of land or interests therein, or pass any vote or votes in relation thereto. I make the motion to take no action.
All right.
I did that backwards.
Thank you, Kara.
Thank you.
No action is
Thank you.
required. Article 23, acceptance of highway funds.
I'm right here.
Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town accept the fiscal year
Is there a second?
2022.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
I move that the town accept the fiscal year 2022 state funds to be used for reconstruction improvements of public byways.
Is there a second? It's my understanding that the amount is not known.
It's
$350,000. Discussion? All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, motion carries.
And are you ready for the last?
Now we move to final motion of the day. Kara?
the most important one perhaps. I moved that the 2021 annual town meeting be adjourned to Saturday, October 16th, 2021 at 12 noon, provided that the actions taken on all articles acted on at today's session of the 2021 annual town meeting shall be final and shall not be reconsidered at any later session of said meeting.
Is there a second? All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, we are adjourned.